Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to make something beautiful today. But first, we're actually going to just celebrate a bunch of things. So we're going to celebrate the near completion of this painting, which is my butter pecan. And we're going to celebrate a few other things for our community members today and just take a little bit of time out to relax and chat and get to know each other a little bit more than we usually do even. And we are having, yes, Jake, an ice cream party. So I hope that everybody has brought their own ice cream to come in. I have brought mine. This is the leftover butter pecan from what I used to take the photograph reference for this piece. So I hope everybody has their own ice cream, and we'll just chat and everything. And I see Cupie is here as well, trying to channel your inner Kim and practice patience and your painting. So very, very cool. I am so glad to hear that, Cupie. And yes, you'll have to update us on your painting, and you're going to take a break for the ice cream. And Cupie, I know, is going to have her cotton candy ice cream, which is her favorite, and that little emoji is one of my paintings. That was the cotton candy swirl. It was blue and pink, very lovely. So, and welcome in, Jake. So thank you so much for stopping back, and I love all the little emojis that you put up there too. My husband makes these for me, so that is really sweet that he does that. So and Cupie, you will be happy to know that the painting that I have decided to start ironically is not ice cream after we have our ice cream party, but we are actually going to do a toasted marshmallow painting. So I stayed up until almost midnight last night photographing toasted marshmallows, caught a few on fire, but everything is good. And we're going to do a little test run on a small 4x4-inch panel and just see how that goes, because I've never painted toasted marshmallows before. So I'm just going to kind of, right now, I mean, we're just going to have a little party. I have a little screen going up in the corner here that you can see. My husband amazingly put this together about 5 minutes ago for me, because I was like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to have like the palette cam going because we're not painting right away, right? So, so he's like, okay, well, he'll just throw a slideshow together for me really quick. So he did. And so these are going to be a bunch of my paintings that I've done in the past of ice creams. And you can find prints of some of those on my website, and yeah, so just enjoy. So you got your smiley spoon, Cupie. I'm so glad. So Cupie, you can tell us what you're painting today. Jake, I hope that you have been having a good week as well. And anybody else who has popped in, please feel free to share the projects that you're working on. We try to keep this a really nice, friendly, open community. Carl's Jr., yay! Hi, ice cream party. So yes, so we're just gonna take a little bit of time out and you know, peaceably enjoy, you know, the little ice creams that are going up here in the corner. So all of these are from like, well, probably most of them are probably from like the last 5 years, and they're all varying sizes. So some are really tiny, and some are like that one that just went by, that one with the sprinkles. That was a one that was like 4 feet tall. So anyway, they're all varying sizes, and you can enjoy. And if you have any questions, please feel free. I am painting a couple in a lake for an art prompt, A Night's Dream. Ooh, that sounds very, very ethereal and fancy and very romantic, Cupie. So very, very cool. What are you basing that on? Did you find a reference image for that, or is that something from your imagination? So anyway, anybody who's welcome in, again, this is an ice cream party. Hope everybody has brought their own, and we will get started painting on these toasted marshmallows after we have a little bit of a break here at the beginning. So again, anybody is welcome to ask questions, share the projects that you're working on. Again, we want this to be a really friendly arts community. I was thinking, you know, I should have something planned, right? And I didn't really do that because I was toasting marshmallows last night and then trying to get my image together. But I can talk through a little bit of my process for that, because I guess I could talk a little bit about drawing. That was one thing that I thought maybe I would bring up this morning, so or this afternoon. So I'm just going to scoot this out of the way real quick. That was one of the little ones that we did, but everybody can dive into their ice cream and just enjoy, and we will just relax for a little bit. You found a reference you really like. You're using jelly gouache. So tell me what jelly gouache is, because I don't actually know. What is the difference between, I'm going to dump this ice cream everywhere, by the way. What is the difference between jelly gouache and regular gouache? Because I have used regular gouache, but it's been a very, very long time, Cupie. So this must be one of those newfangled products that I am not familiar with. I have said before that even though I paint a lot of ice cream, and I'm probably approaching somewhere around 150, maybe more, ice cream paintings, that I very rarely actually eat ice cream. So I only used a couple scoops to take this initial photo. I did take, like, I don't know, between 50 and 100 photos to see which one would be my reference for this piece. But you can see I have most of this left. That's actually very unusual for me because usually I take lots and lots of photos and I had to go through like a whole gallon. But I had splurged a little bit because Willow, one of our community members, had asked me to paint this butter pecan. That was her favorite cone, her request. And I thought, I really want there to be pecans in it. So I did actually buy extra pecans when I staged my original photo, but yeah, I splurged on Haagen-Dazs, and that's the only kind that I really can't resist, or one of the only kinds I really can't resist. So I do like my Haagen-Dazs. So we're gonna enjoy that today. Carl's Jr., my ice cream is such a fun flavor. It's vanilla ice cream with peanut butter swirl, Oreos, rainbow sprinkles, and chocolate covered pretzels. That sounds like 10 different ice creams in one, Carl's Jr. That's crazy. Does it have a name? I'm just curious. Yes, please share. Actually, I should have said that at the beginning. Please share what your ice cream is that you have brought today. Oh, and Carl's Jr., you're on a 3-stream streak, so thank you so much for that. So yes, whatever, Jake, if you want to share what kind of ice cream that you are having, or if you want to share what kind of projects, because Jake is also an artist, a very, very good artist. Cupie is also a very, very good artist as well. So yeah, so I love when everybody starts sharing their projects and their work, and that's always fun. So Cupie, you're explaining the jelly gouache. It comes in pots and has more of a jelly-like consistency, can be a bit more versatile and work like watercolor, oil, acrylic, basically can manipulate it in anywhere you like. Very beginner friendly. That is very interesting, Cupie. What is the company that makes the jelly gouache, just out of curiosity? That's a good name for that ice cream, Carl's Jr. All mixed up. I like that. I've heard of ice creams very similar to that, except I've never heard of one with rainbow sprinkles swirled into it. So, Ellen Plo, you made it here. I'm so glad. So one of the things we're trying to celebrate today is that Plo got her work into a gallery. So she is putting together 10 pieces, right, Plo? To take to her gallery. And it was a very quick response. Oh, and Cop is here. So that is one of the other things we are celebrating today, that today is Cop's birthday, his 41st birthday. Is that right? Oh, 6 pieces, Plo. I apologize. Jake, I'm not feeling confident enough to paint lately. Oh, so I've been knitting to do something creative and get productive done. Hey, sometimes we go through phases like that, Jake, but I would say that I believe in you because I saw your work and you're actually really, really great. So I hope that you start feeling a little bit more confident in yourself. We all go through those periods, though, myself included. So Plo got into a gallery, and as I said, it is his birthday today. So I think that we need to take a moment and we need to sing to Cop for his birthday. And I'm gonna sing. And I hope that all of you will sing wherever you are, as long as you're not at work or something, I guess. But wherever you can, you're officially too old to get drafted. All right, sounds good. Sounds good, Cop. So I hope this is going to sound maybe a little silly because I'm the only one doing it. But yes, I'm going to sing. I hope you guys will sing with me. And Cop, I hope you can feel the vibes from all over the world that we are all singing happy birthday to you. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cop. Happy birthday to you. Hey. So I'm so glad that everybody is here, and that is so nice. And Plo, Jake is also congratulating you on the gallery. So we're very proud of you because I know Plo had shared that she was nervous to submit anything, and she didn't really know or think that she was going to get accepted, and then she did, like, pretty immediately, Plo. So we are very, very proud of you, Plo, for that. And Cop, yes, happy birthday again. QP has typed out the lyrics, so thank you, and Carl's Jr. as well. So we have all of that going. It's so nice, right? It's so nice when we're all a little bit supportive of each other, no matter where we are. So many things. And, Yes, that's very sweet, Carl's Jr. I really appreciate it. When I was young, when I was very, very young, like in high school, I used to actually take voice lessons, and I did a lot of plays, so and solos and chorus and stuff like that. But I haven't sung in a very, very long time, so it's all right. I sing sing once in a while around the house, but I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Thanks. Yes, I used to be. I have I have, let's call it a sultry voice. I have a sultry voice, and I used to sing very much as an alto, and so I was quite loud, and so I remember one person's father calling me the alto section of the chorus because I could be quite loud. But yeah, I was in some musicals back in the day. So anyway, but yes, we're so glad that everybody's here. Plo, did you pick up? I know that you were going to stop and get maybe some fudgesicles for your ice cream. I think at your parents' house. And last night I was really grateful that I took a few minutes to stay in Plo's stream after we raided her and saw her finish her jelly bean piece. So if you didn't get to see her jelly bean piece, I would recommend going back and watching Plo's stream. If you don't follow Plo, please go ahead and check out her Twitch channel because she is a really phenomenal artist as well. And I think that you shared at least an in-progress piece on your Instagram. I don't know if you've put a finished piece up there yet, Plo, but anyway, it was really nice to be able to see you finish that painting, and I really enjoyed chatting with you for a few minutes in there. Cupie, you used to do choir, did you? I was most often put in the alto. Yeah. I could tell you have a musical theater voice. Thanks, Carl's Jr. You did musical theater too for a long time. I was literally about to say that you were a great alto. Yes, I always played. Maybe because I guess because I was an alto, I've always been a little mature for my age. I tended to play the old ladies and the moms and grandmas in plays when I was young. So I was in Fiddler on the Roof, and I played the mom, and I was in Oklahoma, and I played the old lady in Oklahoma. I don't even remember her name right now, but one time I was in a local theater play, and I played I did not actually, it was not a singing one, but I did play a crazy person in an insane asylum that was supposed to think that she was beautiful, even though, they hairsprayed my hair all up so that I looked nutty. So anyway, but yeah, it was a fun time. It was probably one of the things that I enjoyed the most about school. So shout out given to Plo. I need to put a finished piece. Oh, okay. You need to put the finished piece up on your Instagram. I'll check back for that. Oh, did we give a shout out to the wrong Plo? Oh, no worries. 2 minutes to reset. Okay, and you always played the mothers and evil queens and whatnot, Carl's Jr. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's because we were recognized as the more mature people in the crowd. So you were Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast. What? That's pretty cool, Cupie. That's also a very motherly role. Yeah, I don't know. Musical theater was fun. I enjoyed it. It was I remember I did a talent show, and I won second place, and I sung the song. I don't know if I used to really like musicals back in the day. The song from The Secret Garden. Has anybody seen The Secret Garden musical or heard the music from that, the soundtrack from that? There you go, Cupie. Thank you so much. Correct, Plojette. Yes, so The Secret Garden, actually, the musical, if you've never heard it, I believe the original recording, which I have on a CD from a long time ago, had Mandy Patinkin in it, which was wonderful, but there was a song that was in there and sung by, I think she was the maid, and it was this very strong alto song, and I really had a good time singing that. So anyway, that was fun. It was the only time I ever did a talent show like that, though. That was not really particularly my thing. I didn't mind doing it with other people, but I didn't really like getting up just by myself to do something. Anyway, so I hope that everybody, first of all, I really appreciate everybody being here. Carl's Jr. I love musicals though, so I'll have to check it out. If you like musicals, Carl's Jr., you might really like Secret Garden. It's a pretty beautiful musical, actually. It probably bumped in and out of popularity just because of the time frame, but my favorites, just in case, you know, if you're like-minded with me, things that I really loved. I loved Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and of course, Les Mis. Everybody loves Les Mis, right? I was actually never a huge Phantom of the Opera fan, but again, that was very popular during that time. And there's a really good one called Jekyll and Hyde, I believe, and that has some really good music from there as well. So there was kind of like this boom of really good musicals from, oh, Mamma Mia will always be my number one. Is that right? I have seen the movie. I've never seen that one in person, QP, but it has all of those wonderful songs in there from ABBA, right? So yes, that's a very good one as well. Very cute. I like the old school ones, you know, the ones with that were like from the 60s. So actually, Shirley Jones, that you might know, was in a lot of musicals like The Music Man, things like that. Carousel is a really good one. It's kind of sad, but it's a really good one that has Shirley Jones in it. That's an old school musical. And interestingly, and she was the Partridge Family lady, for anybody who knows that they watched the Partridge Family back in the day. But interestingly, I always thought this was interesting that she actually went to my school. So she went to my, it was my middle school, but it was her high school at the time. And she came back to visit after one of our musicals, but I had already graduated onto the high school, and so I did not get to meet her, but I always thought that was funny. I own both movies, and I just love them so much. I connected as a kid because the main character's name is Sophie. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's very cool, Cupie. Love Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I know, right? Donny Osmond and Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat cast. I saw the show, but he was not in that one. So, but I did see it once in Pittsburgh. My chorus took a field trip. We had raised money by selling candy bars, I think it was, and raised money to go see Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat and a few of those other musicals that I mentioned as well. And that was definitely probably next to Les Mis was my favorite in terms of a production done live. So I thought that was very, very cool. I also got to see Grease one time, and I mentioned that because I've mentioned on occasion that I really liked watching the Monkees in reruns when I was a kid, and one of the characters in Grease was played, in the show that I saw, was played by Davy Jones, who was one of the Monkees. And I remember during the intermission, he came up to the balcony to sign autographs, and I saw him from across the way, and I was always very quiet and very, very shy, but I like bolted. I was like, Mr. Jones, I want your autographs. I was like, you know, fangirl, probably the youngest one there. That was a big fangirl, but I enjoyed it. And I did get his autograph, by the way. You've only ever seen, the only one you've ever seen was your dance stream tip. Oh, and you saw Aladdin. Ah, that's very, very cool. I didn't actually even know that one was on Broadway. I did go to when I went to New York to see, or to do one of the trade shows when I was at the art magazine, and we were right in, we're right in Times Square area. And so on one night, me and the other girl that was with me, we did go see Mary Poppins, which was very, very cool because we got discounted tickets. It was like there was this little stand in the middle of Times Square that was like, if you want to buy last minute tickets to a Broadway show, this is where you do it. So I remember that we did that. And yes, it was magical. They did, you know, make her fly in, which was pretty cool. Anyway, I don't know. I tend to be surprised still to learn how many people in art have overlapping interests in art, music, theater, crafts, whatever. Maybe we're just creative brains, and so we tend to like everything from that. Would love to see Mary Poppins. It was really good. I really enjoyed that one very much. And Carl's Jr., my favorite new musical is Hadestown. I've never heard of that. I have never heard of that, but I will have to check it out. yeah, I mentioned I had, a really long car trip when I would go to school when I lived in Florida every day. It was like a good 45 minutes, sometimes an hour. And it was usually on a toll road that had no traffic on it. And so I would oftentimes put in one of my soundtracks to the musicals and just sing them, the whole way there, or put a song on repeat and just sing them the whole way there. That was how I guess I continued my voice lessons without actually being able to take voice lessons anymore like I did when I was young. So anyway. I do really I remember, I've always really enjoyed theater. I've always really enjoyed going to see theater. I enjoyed being in it as well. I know one girl that was in the plays with me. She was a year older than me. And she was a pretty incredible singer. And she was very, very short, like 4 foot something, very, very short. But she was an even more incredible dancer. She did actually pursue that professionally for a while, at least, and I know toured with some like Broadway tours, which I always thought was very cool that she was able to pursue that professionally. So, but again, I've always enjoyed going to see plays. I liked going to see Shakespeare plays, even when I was in like middle school, which sounds really pretentious for a middle schooler, but I liked it. So Hadestown is actually playing in theaters. Is that right? So cool to see a musical up on the big screen. Why have I not heard of this before? I'm gonna have to Google it. Thank you, Carl's Jr. Is there anyone in it that I would know? Or is it kind of an independent type thing? And so accessible, which is nice. That is very true. So I've never actually talked about this, I don't think. But when I did my master's degree, because I have a master's degree in arts administration, which I got from Savannah College of Art and Design, and we had to do a thesis. And I did my thesis actually on, I did not do it on visual arts, which I in retrospect, maybe I should have, but I did not do it on visual arts. I did it on opera, and I did it specifically on basically the experience of going to see opera in the movie theaters when they were doing that at the time. And hey, Phil, welcome in. No ice cream. That's all right. You can pretend you're eating some of this one, Phil. And we have a little slideshow going with some of my older paintings up in the corner. So you can pretend you're eating any of those as well. But welcome in. It's so nice to see you. So so I did this very intense thesis on opera and the presentation of it in theaters, and how I thought that essentially that we should try to replicate the real life experience of going to opera for people in theatrical performances by incorporating things like 3-dimensional screens and an impression of the sound in a different way. And so anyway, it's a very pretentious master's degree, but I'm not jealous, honestly, really not. Is that right? Your cousin in college is studying opera. How cool, Cupie. How cool. Yeah, I kind of went into it without actually knowing much opera. I just thought that the viewing experience for things like that should be thought of less as I guess I thought of it as less of of watching something and more of thinking of it as experiencing something in the way that you would in real life, but simply in another location. So anyway, now that sounds like very normal, right? But when I wrote that like many years ago, that was not actually very normal. So yeah, so it was anyway. I guess I was trying to think about how that would change in the future, and it did. It changed in the future, as a matter of fact. So one of your closest friends is an opera singer. She's so talented, it's crazy. opera singers are incredibly gifted. So yeah, I believe that. I had, I will say, I think I had passable experience as a performer for like local theater. I'm really glad I didn't pursue it professionally, because there are people who are just incredibly gifted, and that just wasn't the world that I was necessarily comfortable in, beyond just, local theater and high school and stuff like that. So yeah, there's some incredibly gifted people out there. So so anyway, it's very nice. Your daughter runs the Grand Theater, front of house, and the whole customer services in the Midlands. What? Ran the pantomime a couple years ago, running youngest in that role in the UK. Is that right, Phil? How cool. That's amazing. I love that your daughter is in that, kind of creative, supportive field. And I'm sure took some of that from you, even if it was a different form of the arts, that just that love of people bringing beautiful things into the world, whether it's theater or opera or painting or whatever. She just joined entry-level role after university. Oh, very cool. Very cool. That is a very cool path. Really neat to know. So I assume that she likes it. She enjoys being there. I think that's very cool. There was another friend of mine that I went to high school with also that was in the plays, and I know that she also pursued kind of like a behind the scenes. She's a huge theater fan. That's very cool. This friend of mine, she was actually, she wasn't in the plays. She was, what is the role that they like call the all the scenes. I don't remember what the name of that role is, but she became that actually professionally, and then I think she also went on to do other things in theater. So there's a really good school out in Pittsburgh that had a good theater program, and so that's where both of them went, I think. So I did mention, for anybody who's just coming in a few minutes, because I'm going to put this away before it melts. Again, really appreciative to everybody who's been in here. Again, congratulations to Plo for getting into her gallery. She's preparing 6 pieces to get into the exhibition space there. Happy birthday to Cop, who is in here today. So if anybody hasn't wished happy birthday to Cop, he is in here, and so please wish happy birthday to Cop. We sang earlier. It's how we got on the theater talk, because I was singing. And now I'm going to go ahead and put this away, and everybody else can take as much time as they want. Thanks very much, Flo, for sharing the ice cream. Everybody else can take as much time as they want enjoying their ice cream. But when we come back, I'm just going to be a minute. I'm just going to stick this in the freezer. But when we come back, I am going to start this little guy. So I stayed up until... you missed the singing, I know. I know, Phil. I'll sing again someday. But oh, AJ, Living in Shapes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in today, AJ. And AJ, I checked out your work on your Instagram page, so you are welcome to share a link to that if you would like to, AJ. And yes, it was very good. So so we're glad that you are here today. And if you want to enjoy your ice cream, even when we're done, that's totally cool. You just eat ice cream all day if you want to. And when we come back, when I come back, I'm going to go ahead and start this little guy. And Cop, yes, again, we're very grateful that you are here today with us for your birthday. So I hope that we can make it a little bit joyful for you, a little bit uplifting. And I think I'll give myself a tummy ache if I keep indulging. I feel the same way. I feel the same way, Carl's Jr. Yes, so AJ, yeah, please feel free to share your Instagram link in here. I'm just going to turn this off for just a second. I will be right back, and then we will get started on this other one. Kim said I can eat ice cream all day. That's right. I gave you permission. I gave you all permission to eat your ice cream all day. So feel free. That's because that's kind of what I do, right? I want everybody to eat ice cream, at least in somewhat moderation. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I got everything back in place. Mound, welcome in. It's so nice to see you. I already ate some of my ice cream and put it in the freezer, but if you haven't eaten yours yet today for our ice cream party, please feel free to enjoy throughout. We showed some of my other ice cream paintings that were floating up there and just had some nice talk. And anyway, so that was cute. But you guys please enjoy and eat as much ice cream as you want today. And we're actually going to switch. We're going to paint marshmallows, toasted marshmallows, which I promised that we were going to do. Please excuse while I just try to adjust this just a little bit. So I did promise that we were going to try to do this because, and I'm going to just take a second to get this all ready. Apologies. So let's zoom in right. Let's try right there. And my husband will tell me if this is out of focus, since I had to make an adjustment, but if it is, we will adjust again. So Cupie had reminded me yesterday, because I said I was going to start a number of projects after I finished this last ice cream, which anybody who didn't get to see this was our butter pecan that we finished up and mostly finished. I'm going to do a little bit of work on that afterwards on my non-Twitch time, but thanks so much, Cupie. Yes, so last night I toasted marshmallows, and I thought I'm going to just do a test run on this, because I always say to you guys, I need to practice what I preach, right? So I say to you guys, if you're going to do something new, start small. Try it small, because if it doesn't go well, then you haven't invested a whole lot in time or materials or whatever. Won't break your heart if you start something small and then you just, have to move on from it. So I have never ever painted a marshmallow before. I started photographing them and I came to this little image, which I kind of like. So this one actually had 2 toasted marshmallows in it, and that was the one that I thought was going to work best, honestly. I was trying to do it with just one, and maybe on another day I would be able to get that right. I caught several on fire. Everything was safe, nothing burned down. So anyway, that was okay. But I wanted to try this because I thought that I've never painted one before. I don't think that even at the ability that I was at a couple years ago, I don't think I could have done it. I don't think I could have done it well. So I'm hoping that I'm now at a point where maybe, cross your fingers, that I can do this and it will come out okay. So I do think that, and I had to make a few decisions in here, so I'm just going to talk through them a little bit, because I do photograph all my own references, right? So I have lots of marshmallow pictures on here that I did. So a couple things. I liked this balance that I was able to get from the 2 different marshmallows on this stick that I had. I liked that this was kind of like the weight of this marshmallow was kind of pulling down where it almost looked like it was going to fall off of the stick. And that this one was, a little bit more secure, but still kind of precarious. I liked the shadow that was cast here. So I'm going to try to include this little shadow against the panel. That makes it a little more trompe-l'oeil-ish than something like this would normally be. Like my ice creams technically aren't really trompe-l'oeil, although I do get a really high degree of realism. But I also wanted to just briefly talk about drawing. And the reason I say that is because artists, realist artists, we use all kind of tools to help us speed along our drawing process, right? Sometimes people draw totally freehand. Sometimes they use projections. Sometimes they use tracings. Sometimes they use grids. You can use all kinds of things to help you get your initial drawing down a little bit faster. But this morning, I just drew this out really fast. And when I do something like this, I want to absolutely make sure, if I'm not using any tools, if I'm just drawing it freehand, I need to absolutely make sure that everything is in its place in the right way. If I'm off, then my painting is going to be substantially not as realistic because it's just not going to feel real. So I just wanted to point out a couple quick things. This might be boring, I don't know, but I'm going to try to make it somewhat interesting. So if I take a look at my image, and one thing that I try to do with my drawing, I always talk about positive and negative shapes, right? So positive shapes would be this marshmallow, and the stick. Negative shapes would be all of this white space that's in here. So when I'm trying to draw something that's realistic as my base, or try to paint something that's very, very detailed, I need to make sure that all of those shapes are totally accurate. So what I did to very quickly. I did this in like 10 minutes. And so what I did, the whole process is extremely interesting, really cool to see. Thanks very much, Phil. I really appreciate that. You're very supportive of perhaps some of my boringness, but I appreciate it. So I'm glad it's interesting to you at least. So what I did to get, thanks Carl's Jr. I really appreciate that. To try to get these shapes incredibly accurate, what I did, I brought the image up on my computer screen. I made it exactly the same size as my panel. And I did something where I essentially tried to line up my shapes. So I'm going to try to do this just very quickly on here. I did this on a computer screen, but let's just try. Okay, so roughly right there, that would be the same size and the same location of all of my drawings. So what I can do, of all of my shapes. So what I do is line up the top of this to the top of this, the top of this to the top of this. I kind of eyeball it. How the magic, witchcraft, and witchery is done. That's right, Phil. It's not magic. That's the secret. So I tried to line this up to this up to this. You can actually take like a straight edge if you want and try to line them up to do that. And I did it for all of my shapes. And then I did what I always do. I rotated my image. And then I did the same thing this way. Lined it up, in other directions. So like here. So I turned it, right? And now I'm lining up this to this and this to this and just, flipped it all the way around until I got everything in its place. So it took 10 minutes, roughly. And you just have to make sure, if you're trying to draw realistically, that you really, really, really pay attention to those shapes. Now, quick tip with that. And it's something that I see a lot of people do in their art, and it always makes it a struggle for them. And so this is one thing. Sometimes I have a mix of opinions, right, on my schooling. But this is one thing that I did learn in school. Nature never lines up. And so I want you to just remember that, right? Nature never lines up. So whenever you are working from any kind of image, you will almost never, I'm not going to say never because somebody out there is going to say, well, what if this happens? But you almost never have anything that's going to be parallel exactly or anything that's going to line up directly. That's probably a better way to say it. Anything that's going to line up directly. So again, let's go back to this image, right? Let's take all of the marshmallows, for example, and let's put corners on them. So this corner, this corner, this corner, this corner, this one, this one, this one, and this one. None of those line up with each other vertically, and none of them line up with each other horizontally. The second that you have something lining up in your drawing or painting, you need to go back and double check it and make sure that that's really what it is, because it pretty much never happens. So if you can just make sure that everything is a little bit off from each other, you will probably get much more accurate shapes. So it's just something to pay attention to. It's something I always try to keep in the back of my mind. Never, never, never line things up so that they are, horizontally or vertically falling in line with each other. So this, for example, the bottom of this marshmallow is really lining up with this over here, but that's probably a good, let's blow it up a little bit. This, when you line it up, it comes over here. So it's not hitting this same corner of the marshmallow. So anyway, hi Solar, how are you? Welcome in. Solar, we already ate some ice cream, at least I did, and anybody else who comes in late, please feel free to enjoy your ice cream and just and chill with us today. And we're actually not going to paint ice cream today, Solar, so I'm so glad that you're doing well. Yeah, we're going to try to paint these marshmallows, so we're just going to dive right into it, right? And we don't have any idea if this is going to work. So we're just going to give it a shot the way we always do, right? And so I think what I want to do first, when I look at this, I'm thinking in, again, my layers, right? Are you not? I'm not sure. I don't know for sure. We're just going to have to see. Yes, happy birthday to Cop. It is Cop's birthday. He's 41 today, and so please wish happy birthday to Cop for anything. And also we're celebrating Plo getting into a gallery today, Solar. So yes, Solar Plo got into a gallery this week, and she's getting 6 pieces ready. And I was really very happy to get to see her finish one of those pieces last night. So on her stream. All right. So what I think I want to do is I need to make sure that my marshmallows dry enough that I can go in and, put all this lovely top coat on them. So I think I probably need to start with those. We're going to see. We're going to see how it goes. I'm not going to do this the same way that I do some of my other paintings, right? I am going to, because normally, let's take, for example, this butter pecan. So let's just pull it back up for a second. So my butter pecan, I put this warm base on the ice cream, and then I worked over the whole thing, right? But my marshmallows are different. My marshmallows have this very bright area here and kind of a bright area down here, but this is all the toasted area. And I am trying to be somewhat efficient. Thank you for sharing that graphic, Solar. Somewhat efficient. So I don't want to go in. I could take this marshmallow color and put it all through here. I could. But I think I'm instead going to block in maybe this part of my shape, this a little bit here, and then try to do my toasty stuff in here. I'm going to let that dry while I work on my stick. So that will give me a little bit of room. I do also want to point out, boy, I'm yammering today, but I do also want to point out that the drawing itself, because I said I always work with something that's fully balanced, right? So you can see it shifted just a little bit to the left, which would normally be a little bit off, except that I want to put these shadows in here, and so that is going to take up some space to this right side. So I did shift it intentionally. Again, I don't always get that right, but I try. I did shift it intentionally. I did try to experiment with taking all the shadows out and doing it like my ice cream paintings where they don't have shadows behind them, but I didn't like it. So anyway, we're just going to give it a shot. And like I said, small piece, we're going to try it. And if it doesn't work, no big whoop, right? No big whoop, because we haven't dedicated that much time to it. So I'm going to go ahead and just mix this base. We're going to make it an off-white with my warm colors to start. So it's going to have a little bit of the Payne's Gray, which is the dark blue, a little bit of the dark red, and a little bit of my yellow. I'm going to make this. We don't want to start with just white on our marshmallow, right? Because then we don't have anywhere to go. If we just left it white or tried to paint it in, because like I can see this part is more shadowed, just very gently up toward the top here. The brightest highlight is down close to the toasty part. So I could, I suppose, leave this white and try to go in and paint this color afterwards, but I tend to believe that it's better if I paint the whole thing with a slightly darker color and then try to bring up my highlights on top of that. That tends to be, I think, the most convincing way to do things. But again, don't take what I say as gospel. This is just my process for doing this, right? So I'm just gonna go in and we'll see. Yeah, that's a kind of a nice, just kind of a pale gray color there. So I think that will be fine for us to just to do that as a base. So it's just a pale gray. It's got kind of a yellowish tinge to it, just a little bit. And if it's not perfect, I don't worry about it too much. I'm just gonna go in here and put a little bit of this in here. All I'm really trying to do is block out some major shapes for myself and give myself a little bit of a better direction for my colors. So yes, I hope that everybody is still enjoying their ice creams. Again, I was like, I told my husband this morning, I'm like, should I have trivia? I don't know. I don't have any balloons or streamers, so that's why he made that little slideshow for me to put up there, which maybe occasionally I'll pop in there just so y'all can see some of my other paintings that I've done in the past. But or you can always visit my website because they're all up there as well. And I did briefly want to mention that for anybody who's interested, you know, I have a couple print clubs, one for my ice creams and one for my cookies. And today is the last day to sign up for my print club for my ice cream and my cookies, actually, for the ones that are coming out in August, just in case. So tonight I have to make sure, sometimes I fall behind. Tonight I have to make sure that I am finishing editing my images for my prints for next month. So I will show those to you next week sometime. Okay, so we're just gonna let that dry in there. I'm gonna come back up to this other marshmallow and do the same thing roughly. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. Sometimes people will say, you know, how do I know what to start with? Just start with something. It doesn't have to be exact. Just start with something. And it will inevitably give you some better sense of direction, because you just don't want to have that blank canvas or in my case a panel staring back at you. You just got to put something down to start. So anyway, so we're going to start with this. And again, if you haven't seen my layering process, I usually put 10 to 12 layers, sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more, but a lot of layers of paint. So we let them all dry in between, and we just build. But we build on top of them so that we can actually see each of the layers underneath peek through. So all of my layers are kind of translucent, and I like to be able to see them. We make very unusual marks too. We don't use lots of brush strokes. So I'm just going to show again the one that we finished. That was this one. If you can see real close up, this is actually, how many layers of paint did I say? 8 or 9, something like that. But they're all peeking through one another. So you can see all of those layers of paint, and they were done with multiple layers of a stippling method that I use with a very rough brush. So it is a little bit of an oddball in terms of a painting style, but it's all mine. So I dig it, and I think that it helps me to achieve a really high sense of realism that's something beyond what, I don't know, normal brushstrokes would get. So again, that's just me. All right, so I'm going to let those dry. I'm going to come in and try to kind of make adjacent to them this toasty base. So let's go ahead and try to do that. For that, I'm going to mix up my it's basically the base is going to be similar colors to what I just used, but just in different proportions. So I want to make sure I have enough yellow. And so what I do is, with all of my paintings, and again, this is just my process, it works clearly, thanks Phil. Still always an experiment for me, but I keep trying. But like I said, I didn't really get this method totally down pat until last year when I did my cookie paintings. And now I have a much more ordered sense of what I do. So maybe I was just lucking out before that a little haphazardly, but now I feel like I do have a better grasp of things. Sometimes it just takes some experiences, like I said, with the cookie paintings, take some experiences to help you articulate what it is that you do or why you do it, why it works. So I'm gonna this is this nice kind of golden color. Put a little bit more red in there, I think. And so what I want to do is just layer this down kind of thin. Again, I don't like to build actual texture on my paintings. They all have, implied texture. But we're going to put this down just as a nice base. And I actually do want to go right under all of this really burned part here, because if you can see, there are actually pieces of that poke through there. So we're going to try to do all of that. And again, let it dry. So So I don't worry too much if at this stage you can see my brush strokes, because painting is hard. That's right, Cupie. It is not, it's all about, I think, experience and problem solving. So you do more and more paintings. I am patient like you. You do more and more paintings, or whatever it is you're doing, drawings, colored pencils, drawings, whatever medium you're working with. The more that you do it, the more problems you will encounter and the more problem solving that you will have to go through. So when you do all those things, that's called experience. And that's just how we learn. So again, I don't always have, all of the answers, but I keep on trying. And I definitely keep in mind that idea that everything that I do is essentially problem solving to some degree. So I'm going to just mix a little bit of blue in this just to kind of gray this down a little bit more over here. I don't have to. I could have come back in later, but that's what I feel like doing. Okay, so I'm just gonna gray this down just a little bit, and I will come back and refine all of these things and make it much, much better as I go. But part of the reason why I wanted to try starting to do some smaller pieces on here, kind of like some of the other ones, we did do a few before. I think I can get these done in a reasonable amount of time, like one or possibly 2 sessions. Not always, but I think that it's really interesting then if you can see, as Phil said, you're like tuning in for the whole process, right? So he's into it, we're seeing the whole thing. And I think it's really interesting because then, you basically just can use your imagination and scale this process up for, a larger or more complicated piece. So, every piece is a little bit different. It's not formulaic per se, but it is definitely, I think, more interesting when you can see like the whole thing. You love watching the little ones? I'm glad, QP. I hope so, for kind of, the same reason. I can't paint like Bob Ross, right? I can't get a big canvas done the way that I paint in 30 minutes. It would be nice, but I can't do that. But I can try to get a little one down in 4 to 8 hours. And so that makes, that just makes things a little bit, I don't know, a little bit more fun to watch, and also maybe a little bit educational. I don't know. Plus, I think it's really good practice for me. You haven't got big hair and a beard. No, I don't, Solar, that you know of. But I can't say it hasn't popped in my head that for Halloween or something I should dress like Bob Ross, but I don't know if I could pull it off. I don't think so. You've spent a lot of time on this and you're nowhere near done. Oh, Solar, but you're just as talented. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Yeah, that's just very sweet, Solar. Thank you. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. So what this does is, when I said I have this process that I do. Thank you. I have this process that I do with using my warm base on the lower part and my cooler colors on the upper part. And that, I've said, that's just my thing. Everybody's palette's going to be a little bit different depending on what you paint. And everybody has different, different thoughts on that. So this is just what works for me. I base this somewhat loosely on, I've mentioned before, there was a professor from Savannah College of Art and Design who used to write articles for me on occasion for my magazine. That was one thing that I did that was very different from the way the magazine was operated before, is the lady who was the editor before me, she did not think that education should have any part of the magazine. I just thought it should be discretionary. So I thought, I'm going to find like really good painting instructors and have them write articles for me. So I did. Like Mission Impossible, Bob gonna pull on this, and it's Kim underneath. That's pretty funny. Or is it the other way around? Am I Bob? Am I gonna pull my face off at the end and he's still with us, right? So I don't know, Phil. But anyway, so I used to have this professor who would occasionally write articles for me, and one article that he wrote was called The Dual Color Wheel Theory, and that is what I use. Bob lives, that's right. Start the hashtag. So this article, when I read it, because I've talked about this before, when I worked at the magazine, I was starting to develop this feeling like someday I really want to be a painter, right? I know I suck right now, but I really want to be a painter. And that was one of the articles that was like eye-opening for me. It really was. So I would recommend Googling it. It is available out there. Dual Color Theory by Stephen Knutson from Savannah College of Art and Design. And it's spelled, I think his last name is spelled K-U-N-D-S-E-N. So you can read that article. Hi, Pran. How are you? Welcome back. So nice to have Pran here. Pran, for anybody who doesn't know, is a, what did I miss? You missed the ice cream eating, Pran. But you are welcome to still eat your own, although it's really late over there. And we are starting to paint toasted marshmallows. So we kind of walked through that process. And Cop is here. You can wish him a happy birthday if you would like to. And we were also celebrating that Plo got her work into a gallery. So we were very happy for Plojette. So anyway, so yeah, I guess a lot. So anyway, never too late for ice cream. That's right, QP. I guess I could have eaten the ice cream for longer and drug it out, but I just felt like, y'all can eat your ice cream and I will just start painting. That's what you're here for, right? So anyway, but yeah, dual color wheel theory. I'm not sure which way that's worded, but anyway, by Stephen Knutson. And it was eye-opening for me as an aspiring painter. I didn't have much skill at that time, but it was just like, oh, wow, okay, I get that. So that is what I loosely base my palette on here. And we are painting together today. That's so awesome, QP. I love that. I love that very much. And Pran just wished happy birthday to Cop. So again, happy birthday, Cop. We're glad you're here. Yes, I love that QP is working on something too. So, I yammer and I talk through my process. I kind of hope that I'm just at some point creating background noise that is nice and soft and pleasurable for you guys to listen to and, just kind of relaxing. But I love that, a lot of y'all are working on your own projects as well. And, there's all different people in here. So some are art fans and some are artists, painters or crafters or musicians or writers or whatever. So I'm just glad that all of you are here for that. So anyway, so we learn as we go, right? So those are some of the things that helped me build my skill set. It was really just kind of, filtering down the information that I thought was going to someday be most relevant to me. And I will say that, when I say that, last year when I was doing like the cookie paintings, you're working on dragons in the background too, Phil? I'm so glad. Anybody who hasn't subscribed to Phil's channel, please go over and do that too, because Phil is a very gifted artist and I saw him working on one of his dragon drawings the other day and it was pretty amazing. So so very, very cool. And again, please subscribe to Phil. Phil's been on here about as long as I have, so we're both newbies. Yes. So, but I did mention, last year that when I was working on that cookie series, that I learned a lot. So what I want to say about that article from Stephen Knutson, I was amazed by it. I learned a lot from it, but I didn't truly implement it until last year. And so that took me how long? Like 8 years? 9 years? No, longer than that. More than a decade before I truly implemented probably the best approach to my painting that I have ever done. So, you know, just again, maybe not even that different from what I was instinctually doing, but just clarifying it really helps me to keep a much better process. It's like 90%. I don't think so, Phil. Phil's always underselling himself. He is too humble. Kind of a liar, Phil. You're just too humble for us. So anyway, he's very, very gifted. Don't believe him here. He's very, very gifted, and please go over and see Phil's channel. So, so yeah, he's too kind and he's too humble. So anyway, you just ordered some ice cream? Oh, very cool, Pran. What kind of ice cream are you enjoying today? Because everybody else was kind of sharing their favorites earlier. So please feel free to share. I'm just going to come in here. Again, I'm mixing a little bit of blue in here to give this a little bit of a darker base to this right side. I know there's a shadow here. It's not going to be exactly right now, but it's just going to help to give me a little bit of a better guide. All right. So I feel like if I get this down and hopefully get it to dry while I am working on my my sticks, then I will be in relatively good shape to come back and start layering some of the toastiness on here. And so that's really what starts to, you know, make the whole thing look good, right? At least we hope. If I was truly going to, like I said, this is a test run. So this is a mini piece. It's only 4 inches by 4 inches. And I wanted to see how I could get it to go. If I can get it to go, and if I choose to make a larger piece at some point, chocolate and vanilla ice cream is your fave. Is that right, Pran? That's a very classic thing to hear. That chocolate and vanilla, because nobody ever says that. And I love that, because actually I think that most people truly deep down really just love chocolate and vanilla. So I agree. I don't particularly like fruity ice creams. That's just not my thing. I paint a lot of them, but I don't like fruity ice cream. So I like chocolate and vanilla too. My husband likes like fruity stuff, but yeah, that's not my thing. So anyway, but yeah, so what we want is hopefully, again, to get this to look okay after the first layer so we can come back and work on it. If I was truly, as I said, going to make this a larger piece, then I would go in and make probably a lot more of these very tiny articulated details. I will still do some in this at this size, but if I was gonna blow it way up, I would go in and make, you know, all of these kind of shadowy burned areas in here. So we're gonna try to just, you know, do the best we can on this very tiny thing here, 4 inches by 4 inches. We're gonna see how realistic we can get it to look. And I'm gonna see, I guess based on how I progress, if I consider this a study or just a finished painting that's small. So we'll have to just see how it goes today. The biggest challenge is going to be getting this to dry adequately so that we can build up our layers. So, and we'll just do the best we can, right? Because that's all we can do. You just like organic type of ice cream? Oh, is that right? Organic ice cream? I don't actually think I've ever had organic ice cream. Has anybody else had organic ice cream? I don't even know if I'm sure somebody sells it here in the States, but I've never seen it, or at least I've never paid attention to it. I eat a lot of organic food, but yeah, I've never thought about organic ice cream. I probably should have. I probably should paint it. All right, so I want to come in and try to do. I'm going to take this little brush here. We're going to try to do the sticks while this dries a little bit. And so one thing that I'm, again, kind of debating, I'm not sure, but I think I'd like to, is include, you always think, you know, you have to look at every part of your image to see what is actually there and what you can eliminate or whatever, but there's this little bit of marshmallow, right? Because I was trying multiple marshmallows on the sticks. And so there's this little bit in here that's still left on the stick. I think I'm going to try to paint that in. So I won't add that until, you know, in a lot of detail until closer to the end, but I do think that I want to try to paint that in a little bit. If it doesn't look right, then I will just knock it out, but we'll see. We'll just see how it is when we move along here. My stick is also, for this particular piece, probably not the best color. India has an organic ice cream company. Oh, okay. Very, very cool. I bet it probably tastes a lot better, right? To have all organic ingredients. I bet it's also super expensive. My stick actually has a slight greenish tint to it, and that is because it was kind of an old stick that I broke off of a tree that was like a broken, like a dying branch. So it doesn't have that kind of nice, you know, brownish tone that a lot of sticks would maybe have, that you would associate with that. If I was going to do a larger piece, I'd probably go get a brown stick, but that's not what I had available to me at the moment. So we're just going to work with what we had. Too much price. Yeah, that's what I would think. I would think it'd be very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. Organic anything is very, very expensive. But, you know, I've said that I have this little garden in my backyard, and I am learning. I am a fledgling there, but it is really nice when I am now able to go back there and pick something that is organic, that I've grown, and I don't have to pay for anymore at the grocery store. So, you know, it's just very rewarding. So every night, you know, I get to pick, or every morning and every night actually, I get to go out and pick my little cherry tomatoes off of the vines that are out there. And it is nice to not have to pay the, I don't know, it was ridiculously expensive to try to buy cherry tomatoes from my grocery store. So, organic ones anyway. So I am very happy to have those growing, a surplus out there growing for me. And the other stuff I'm working on. I'm getting little bits here and there, but we're working on it. But yes, for anybody who's new here, this is an experiment for me to see if I can paint toasted marshmallows. Never done that before, but I do think maybe, just maybe, if I'm very, very lucky, that maybe I have the skill set now to do that. And I don't think I did as of a few years ago. So I love all vegetables, or organic. Love all vegetables. Yeah, organic vegetables. I like organic vegetables myself. I like them too. I started actually last year. I bought 2 apple trees. Little ones, and so they're in their second year, and so they won't produce this year, but one of them doubled in height, which was pretty cool. And for anybody who doesn't know, you do need to have like multiple apple trees of specific breeds so that they cross-pollinate with each other in order to produce. And so I keep mine in containers, which you're not really supposed to do, but I'm doing it anyway. And yes, I'm very happy to see that they are coming along well. And so it will be nice, because organic apples, that is another thing, very, very expensive. And so I'd much rather be able to get my own if I could. So anyway, it was a nice little project to have going out there. And I also started this year, some little hazelnut bushes. So those are things that actually say they grow very well in upstate New York, where I am. And so I am looking forward to that, hopefully producing next year. But again, they're growing very well, so that is always nice. So again, just as I go here, I want to make sure that I'm paying attention to my positive and negative shapes. And so I say that because specifically right here, I feel like I got a little bit off. We're going to just clean that up with a little medium on my brush. I feel like I got a little bit off on my shape. And I'm just going to, double check this. So when I say my negative shape, I want this shape right in here. That's the one I want to pay attention to. So I'm just going to scoop this back just a little bit. if I'm really off and I haven't fixed it, again, there's multiple ways to fix that later in the painting. You can paint over it. You can actually lightly sand it. You know, you can always reshape. I'm just going to turn this right now just to see if I feel like this is fairly close. And what I'm trying to do right now is measure essentially the distance between this line here and the bottom of this marshmallow. Is that the same as this? And I think as humanly possible as I can tell, yes, it looks pretty close to the same. So, so we're gonna go in here and just continue on then. And I think that that is, you know, just a thing, just a good habit to get into, whether you're drawing or painting, that before you get too far along, just double check. Just double check that you're, you know, either by turning it or measuring or whatever it is that, you know, works for you. Just double check before you get too far along, because the worst feeling in the world, I can tell you from experience, is when you have like done, you know, just a ton of work on something and then realize at the end that your shapes are wrong, that you're off center, that whatever, that everything's gone a little awry, and it's very hard to fix that. You were framing 2 more prints. Nice, Flo. We're just moving right along with our little marshmallows. So what were the prints that you were framing, Flo? By the way, I don't know if I knew that you made prints. One unexpected one. What was that? All right, so again, I'm just going to turn this. This time I'm going to turn it upside down. I want to double check to make sure this shape is accurate. So again, none of this, well, I'll say that's probably the wrong phrase to use. All of this is very non-committal at this point. This is a very non-committal stage of the relationship with the painting. So I want to be able to go in here and quickly be able to adjust anything that I feel is a little bit off. I do feel like this is a little bit off here. So because this line, this was correct, but because this line was still wet, I can still go in and tweak it just a little bit. And I was just ever so slightly too far to my, well, to the right when I'm looking at it this way. So pieces, oh, okay, I did the graphite bear and a colored flower. Nice, very nice, Flo. So again, anybody who's new here, please go visit Flo's channel because she is also a wonderful streamer. And we were celebrating a few things today, one of which was that Flo got 6 pieces into a gallery that she is putting together today. So very, very cool, Flo. Very, very cool. All right, so I'm gonna come down to the stick up here. And again, I want to see, I'm gonna still be a little non-committal, right? A little non-committal. We want to make sure that everything is accurate before we start going in and really committing to, you know, much darker colors, much harder shapes, whatever you want to call it. We really want to make sure that everything is accurate first. So, but Dad and I were fighting with the one piece. It's where you sandwich the piece between the glass planes. Oh yeah. I don't know if I've ever actually done that myself. So gonna head out for a little while lurking. All right, thank you so much for being here, Phil. We really appreciate it, and I appreciate always your kindness and your humbleness. And Phil, again, very great streamer, very great artist, new here like me. Please go follow Phil because you will be surprised. He's too humble to say how good he is, but he is very, very good. Very, very good. So anyway, thank you so much, Phil, and we will see you soon. So, all right, I'm just gonna again be a little non-committal and very lightly try to kind of sketch the outside. Yeah, of course, always. I would 10 of 10 not recommend those frames. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done them. I'm sure they look pretty, but I don't think I've ever done anything like that because I don't typically paint on paper. But yeah, I'm sure that they look pretty suspended between the two pieces of glass. They suck. All right, so I have this very rough idea of whether or not I'm going to include these this little marshmallow that's stuck to the stick up here, essentially, where I was scooting the marshmallow on and off. All right, so I have a pretty good rough shape down here now. So I just want to take this, I'm going to turn it and just look. This is almost dry in there. So since it's not quite dry on the marshmallows themselves, and I want those to be dry before I go in and start messing with them. That's just the way acrylics are. Yeah, it looks nice, but trying to keep the fingerprints. Oh yeah, I understand that. Trying to do that on the double panes of glass. Yep. That would not be fun. That would not be fun. So what I'm gonna do is, I said that I did try this image initially without the shadow in here, but I didn't like it. So I'm keeping the shadow in. We're gonna try to do it. It might not look right, but hey, you know what? It's a little experiment and we're gonna try it anyway. So while these two marshmallows are drying, so that I don't mess them up, I am gonna go in and try to paint the shadow. I will say, with this one caveat here, you can see I actually have an extra shadow in here. I often talk about this, that sometimes no matter what you do to your light source, you will inevitably end up with extra shadows. And so you have to make, I have to make a conscious choice what my direction of my light is and what shadows I'm going to use. Painting is about experimenting. That's right, Flo. So that's why we like to try new things on small panels. Like I said, I'm going to practice what I preach. When I do new things, we're going to try them on small panels first and just see how it goes. But so I'm making a conscious choice and saying my light is coming from this direction. Therefore, my shadows would all be cast in this direction, and this shadow would not actually be there. So I'm going to eliminate that as I go with my painting. So I'm going to go ahead and take a wider brush, just a little bit, and I'm going to try to make a rough shadow around my marshmallows and around my stick as well. I have mentioned this before, and I'm just going to show you real quick, hope that works. If it doesn't work on this brush, I'll try it again. Let's try it on this other one. So I work in a lot of very soft brushes, and sometimes they wear out quickly. If you ever have a brush that's essentially out of control, what I'm doing here is this one. In order for me to get a very fine point on this brush, you just dip it in the water and then take it and kind of twist it a little bit in your fingers and get it back to a fine point. Ideally, you would want to let that dry, and then it will basically dry back into shape. And so I'm working with watercolor brushes, even though I use acrylic. That's how I get my nice details. And so that's a way that I have found that sometimes I can save a brush, particularly one of these round brushes here. So anyway, I'm going to go in and try to do my shadows. I am again going to, initially at least, work with my warm palette up here. So I'm going to go with my dark blue, a little bit of red. Notice that I did not put any brown on my palette today. I did think about it, but I'm driving myself crazy. I need a painting break. That's okay, Cupie. You could always take a painting break. I have been there, so I understand. I did not put any brown on my palette. Sometimes I do, especially if I'm in an early stage of a painting. But essentially, if I'm ambitious enough and if I do it correctly, I can mix my browns from my colors. So I don't ever keep black on my palette. That is something that I always mix from using a blue with my brown. That will make a black of varying types depending on the brown and the black and the blue that you use. But short of that, because I don't actually have any true black in here, this is sort of black, but not really. I am only going to use this limited palette that's over here. So it's not many colors. And again, for anybody who's new, I have mentioned that I learned that originally from interviewing an artist named Mel Leipzig, who was an acrylic artist, and he used an extremely limited palette. And so that is where I picked up on that. So it's very, his was even more limited than mine. But it again was one of those things that opened my eyes to, you know, just another way of seeing painting. That's what I started doing, not using black. Yeah, I agree, Plo, because I think black is a dangerous thing to very quickly like dull things down. It makes a painting feel much more cohesive and much more interesting. For me, to not use black, but again, like everybody's going to be different, right? So everybody's going to tell you a different theory. As I always say in here, you have to do what's right for you and the work that you want to create. That is just what I choose to do. So I'm not actually going with the darkest of my color in here yet. I'm just kind of laying down what I would call a mid-tone and walk away to QP. Yeah, sometimes you need a painting break. I know. Sometimes it's good. It's always good to give your eyes a rest from things and give your brain a rest from things. So I will sometimes leave my paintings for long periods of time. The longest was that one that I worked on, I said, for 2 years, which was the 5-foot tall fudge ripple that I was doing in, little bouts here and there. But most paintings I do tend to leave for at least, a little while in between finishing, except something like this. Something like this is small. I want this to sort of be an exercise of sorts. So this one, hopefully, we'll see, unless things go terribly awry by the end. But hopefully I will just be able to finish this in a couple sittings and not get to the point of frustration where I need to walk away. But you never know. Things could go bad. We'll have to just see. So again, I just want to make sure that I'm really just trying to lay out my base shapes, right? So I'm going to definitely come back in here and make a heavier shadow over this when it dries. But for right now, I think that is sufficient. I'm actually going to just tweak this just a little bit. If I need to taper, I can do that. When I do my shadows on like a trompe-l'oeil piece, this is sort of a trompe-l'oeil piece. When I do them, I will often go back over my shadows, just like I do with the rest of my paintings, like multiple times to try to get them to look accurate. So working back and forth between the heaviest of shadows and the transition area onto the white. So I will always clean these up a bit from where they are on here when I do the stream. But yeah, so it's not like again, because I don't blend my paint, I just do lots of layers. So it's definitely a back and forth process for me to get that to really look realistic. And I've said, if you go back and you look at some of my other trompe-l'oeil pieces, I would often use crayons taped to a board or chocolate bars or recipe cards or something. And the shadows were something that I often struggled with because I often painted those from life, and used whatever the light source was that I had accessible at that time, which cast really, really hard shadows, and that isn't what I wanted. I wanted them to be much softer shadows, and so I would kind of have to fiddle with it to try to get them to look right. But now when I use, even if I use a photo reference now, I try very hard to give myself a little bit of a softer shadow instead, because it just to me looks much more interesting and natural and convincing than having really hard shadows. But again, that's just me, maybe for the type of stuff that I do. I think that's where I messed up on the jelly beans, not letting layers dry. I was impatient. That tends to happen to all of us, Flo. And you know, the one thing that concerns me, like on something like this, because I know your jelly beans piece was small, which it was beautiful, by the way. So I don't think that you messed up. But I understand if you want to, you know, improve, you know, for another one. But like, because this is so small, I have to make sure that each of these layers is dry before I come back in. If I'm trying to finish this in 1 or 2 sessions, that could make me a little bit impatient. Normally what I would do, and if I really run into trouble, I would go in and paint the white part, because I do put several layers of paint on the white, if I don't have enough to work on otherwise. So, but sometimes, again, I work on, like when I did these little ice creams here, these 5x7s, I was trying to work on 3 of them at once, essentially to eliminate that problem for myself so that I could bounce between the paintings. So, you know, that I always had something going. So yeah, too hard with it small. I had nowhere else to go. Yeah, I understand. So, you know, I've said there's multiple reasons why it's a good idea, at least for me, to have multiple pieces going at the same time. One is to eliminate that kind of problem. And 2 is to kind of accommodate how you're feeling on a particular day, because the truth is that we don't always feel well, right? We don't always feel awake. And sometimes you're just not in the state of mind to do something that's like really detailed. And so you need to have something on the back burner that you can work on, and that. So, hi AJ, welcome back. Yes, of course we missed you, AJ. Because the jelly beans were 4x6 when you put on the border. Yeah, so that's a small piece. It's a small piece. But yeah, so that's, you know, that's part of the reason why I work in multiple layers. So, so anyway, but I think right now we have a nice, relatively nice base with this. AJ. Yes, we have a relatively nice base. Do you think the next project you're doing is a graphite picture of your dog, but we'll have a painting on the go too? Yeah, that would be nice to have a nice balance between the two, Flo. So, okay, so I'm going to take another look. What I do is I take the painting, right, and I hold it up to the light just to see, like, is this still wet? If it's shiny, then it's probably still wet. And if it's not, then it's probably dry enough to work on. So I can see that my white area looks like it's dry enough to work on. The toasty area is almost dry enough to work on. So if I go in and start to do a little bit on the white, I'll probably be safe by the time I get to the toasty area. So I want to go in, and this shouldn't be too terribly difficult, but again, I always come back and refine things, right? So I'm going to go in and try to just add this little border that I can see. I'm sorry, my hand's in the way, isn't it? So this little border right here, and we'll do the same thing on this little side right here. And then I'm also going to go in and try to put this white highlight in here, because remember we did like a mid-tone in here. We didn't start with white. So so let's try to do that. I actually have this little color up here that's still a little bit wet on my palette. That looks pretty close to me to that border color. I don't like to use like really heavy outlines on things, but I certainly want to, you know, put something there to separate the space. And so we'll just see, we'll try to mix something up that's relatively close to that. It does have a little bit of a yellow tinge to it, a little bit of a greenish tinge to it. What is that photo? What is it? Oh, it's toasted marshmallows. Toasted marshmallows, AJ. So that is what we are doing today. 2 toasted marshmallows on sticks, or on a stick. So yeah, we're gonna do this little exercise and see how we can do today. By the way, the house smelled like toasted marshmallows last night as I was doing this. As I said, I was doing this at it's quite late. And toasting them over my stove. Did catch several on fire a little bit. You know, if you're really good with it, you can not catch them on fire, but I tend to err on the side of burned marshmallows. And so, but it did smell really good, and that is something that I do miss. I do miss s'mores and toasted marshmallows, right? That was one thing that I did used to get. I mentioned, I think yesterday, in Girl Scouts. S'mores and toasted marshmallows, you know, nothing like that. And we did, you know, I'm so like paranoid about stuff being, so paranoid about stuff being like clean and organic and whatever. And then I think back and like I was toasting marshmallows on whatever sticks were in the woods. So I was definitely not as picky about that when I was a kid. But anyway, it looks like torn tea bags. Oh, is that right? I did actually, AJ, paint. Hopefully it doesn't look like that by the end. But I did actually paint tea bags as trompe l'oeil pieces a number of years ago. And they are actually another lovely little thing. I would just take little green tea bags and put a piece of masking tape on them and then try to copy it as a painting. So that was something that was fun to do, and I thought they really turned out really convincing and really beautiful. So again, we're just experimenting, AJ, and we'll see how this goes today. Maybe they will end up looking like tea bags. I don't know. We're just gonna see, and at the end of the day, we'll see where we're at, if we want to continue this one tomorrow, or if we get enough done on it today, or if we just want to chuck it, because sometimes that will inevitably happen. But if it looks like tea bags, maybe somebody will just enjoy it that likes tea. I don't know. We're gonna try to get it to look like toasted marshmallows, though. We'll give it a shot. So let's go ahead right up here. I just want to get a little bit more shadow right up here. I can only see a little bit on the top of this marshmallow, and so I just want a little bit of a definition. I have occasionally on my ice creams, sometimes I've made them work, but I have occasionally washed them out a bit too much around the edge, and the ice cream kind of fades into the white background. Sometimes that can look okay. It is a beast when I try to make them as prints, though, to clean that up, because making prints from my images, particularly because you wouldn't think that it would be that difficult. I think a lot of people don't struggle with the same issues, but because I have white backgrounds and I try to get my prints to print very pristine, very, very clean, I have to do a lot of cleanup to make sure that they do that. So I clean up the entire white background and usually right up to the edge of where the object is. And when I have a painting like that, where, for example, something fades into the background, that's really hard. That's a very challenging piece to turn into a painting. So it doesn't always, or turn into a print. So it doesn't always turn out exactly the way that I am hoping, but if I do turn it into a print, then I get it to work. So almost gave up at the pose I was drawing today. Only a sketch phase. Okay, only a sketch phase. Well, you know what? That's you said almost gave up. Does that mean you didn't? You didn't give up? I think that for all of us is something where, again, to have at least some time, again, myself included, and that's part of why I'm trying to do some small pieces, some time dedicated to simply training ourselves to be better, as opposed to always making something that is a finished marketable product, or something that you at least want to show to people. Sometimes it's just about training yourself to be better. So I'm taking those risks on here and trying to train myself to be better in front of y'all. And like I said, when I did that cookie series last year, that definitely trained me to be a better painter than I was for the decade preceding that. So it's a lot of things. Never give up, never. I might take a break, but I always come back. That's good. That's good, AJ. I'm glad to hear that. I think that I need to come in here. Now I'm going to come in here with just a hard white and try to make this highlight on the top of the marshmallow. And I think I'm going to try to do part of it right here, since I'm going to be working in that area. So we'll just come with just a hard white. I don't always do that, but again, since this is a little bit of an exercise, we're just going to experiment a little bit. Usually I would build this up in multiple layers, but if I add my medium to this, as I just did, put a little bit more in there, then essentially I kind of am still going to be able to build layers, because it's not going to be a total solid white yet. It's gonna take a few layers to get there. And so it's okay for me to, I'm just gonna clean up this edge because I got a little bit out of control there. So just put a little bit of medium on my brush and then just wipe it away. So if I let that dry and then come back over it with white, you know, I've kind of tapered that edge just a little bit here. So this is really subtle and you might not be able to see this on the camera, but there is a little bit of a shadow around this part. This is a much harder white. If I come back to it with white again, I can make this part even brighter around this, and I could actually do that probably multiple times. So the glazing medium gives me a lot of flexibility to build layers without always changing the color. Just kind of changing where it goes. So, hi Janica, welcome. Nice to see you back. How are you doing this week? Janica, we had our ice cream party earlier, so yes, but you are welcome. We've opened the door up for everybody to just enjoy their ice cream wherever they are, and whatever time it is where they are. So yes, please enjoy your ice cream. And I'm sure there's still some people out there that are still munching on theirs, but we decided to paint some toasted marshmallows after that, and so yeah. There you go. So yes, and please feel free to share, Janica, what your favorite ice cream is that you are enjoying today as well. So I'm just going to come in here. Again, I try to not use a lot of, like, for me, traditional brush strokes. I call them marks. They're just marks. And, you know, so I usually start out with maybe more traditional brush strokes on my lower layers, and then I just build marks on the way up. And I think that that looks, for me, much more organic, much more realistic. So again, that's just the way that I do my stuff. Doesn't necessarily have to be the way anybody else does theirs. But yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of dot a little bit in here. And this is just an experiment, Janica. We're just trying some toasted marshmallows. I've never painted them before, so we wanted to give it a shot. 'Twas a request. So I stayed up late last night toasting marshmallows in my kitchen to get some reference images, and here we are. So we're just going to give it a shot. But again, this is a very tiny panel that we're working on. It's only 4 inches by 4 inches, and so I wanted to not commit my time or my resources, you know, one of these 12 by 16s that I usually do. Thank you so much, Janica. I appreciate it. These 12 by 16s, they take me like a week, you know, of full-time work. So before I do something that big, I definitely want to experiment and see. The ice cream you have in the freezer is a specific brand of your country, which is basically the cone made of cracker, bottom of chocolate, and then the actual ice cream of strawberry and vanilla. Nice. Interesting. AJ, you think you tasted toasted marshmallows ages ago? Like just ages ago, not any time recently. Toasted marshmallows over an open fire with like s'mores, that is the best. That is the best. And again, something I've not had in a very long time. But I remember that, you know, I did those in like Girl Scouts and for other things, but I know that when we would go to my grandparents' house for like the 4th of July, that they would always have s'mores stuff. We had a little charcoal grill there, and my aunt would toast the marshmallows for us to make s'mores. I guess we weren't trusted to toast the marshmallows over coal ourselves. So yeah, 10 years ago, is that right? You need to eat a toasted marshmallow, AJ. They're good. I did not eat any last night though. Like I said, I didn't want to eat them off the stick because the stick was dirty. It was in my yard. And I don't know, maybe just because I got older and it's not my thing anymore. But I would eat it off of a fork or something else. Toasted marshmallows are good. Okay, so I am going to just take another look and see. Yeah, I think that's good enough. So I'm going to go in. Before I get to the toasty part, what I want to do is go in and work on my shadow a little bit around here, and this side of my marshmallows. So I'm going to do that. You've never had toasted marshmallows, but the reference photo makes them look yummy. Really, Janica? Never had a toasted marshmallow? I did not think of that people from other countries maybe not had toasted marshmallows. Maybe that's just us Americans, just gorging on stuff. Did we invent toasted marshmallows? I don't really know. So you have two still till summer is here. Yeah, gotcha. It's not a thing. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. It's yeah. So toasted marshmallows. So we used to roast them on an open fire, or I just put mine over the stove, and yes, so you just lightly toast it, and then you hope that it doesn't fall off and into the flame and catch on fire. And then if you want to make a s'more, Janica, you take the toasted marshmallow and some chocolate, and you smash it between 2 graham crackers. So yes, it's delicious and addictive and makes us all chubby. It's really, really good. All right, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to try to just address some of these shadows. So I'm still going to stick with my warm colors. Can you use the air fryer? Oh, I wouldn't. I don't know if I would do that. I think that they would just melt all over the place, wouldn't they? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. You need just like a few seconds over a flame. Just a few seconds. And like the burned part here is where it literally caught on fire, and then I blow it out. So some people like that and some people don't. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think you'd use an air fryer for that. I'm not sure. All right, so I'm going to make sure it would delete from existence. That's probably true, AJ. It would melt into nothing. It might ruin your air fryer. So I want to make sure that my shadow shape has a nice warmth to it. Now I say that I use my warm colors here, right? This is my Payne's Gray, my Cadmium Red, and my, you enjoyed your time here. Woman burns down house from marshmallow. That was my fear that was going to happen to me. But yes, please don't do that, Jenica. I want to make sure that I don't just use a straight up dark color. So even though this is a warm blue, in my opinion, again, I have these warm colors and these cool colors. This is a warm blue, but I still want to add some of my red to it so it has maybe a slightly more purplish color. And then I want to make sure there's a little bit of yellow in there to neutralize it a little bit. So I'm just going to see how this goes when I put this down. And I think that that's pretty nice. I probably want to just taper the edge of that a little bit. So I'm applying this, but I'm applying it very thinly with a lot of glazing medium. Again, I try to be very non-committal in the early stages. R.I.P. Janica. Now let's not do that. So I try to be very non-committal in the early stages of my paintings. And so I would rather get all of my kind of shapes and approximate colors down first before I, no microwave either, they literally explode. Good to know, QP. They literally explode. I want to get all my rough shapes and colors down, really, before I commit fully to them. You just dip your toes in the water, at least I do. Before I fully commit to them, before I, go in and darken them. So I'd rather have a little bit of flexibility in my painting at this stage. And so I'm just going to come in here and make this little shape. I'd rather have flexibility. That's better to me than just, launching straight into committing. So, QP was saying she practices being patient like I am. I guess at this point it's just kind of like my process. So it doesn't always feel like patience anymore, but I suppose it did back in the beginning when I was first learning how to do this. There you go. Yeah, so even Janica, when I was doing it last night, I had a big pot of water next to it just in case just in case it went a little crazy so that I could dunk it. So it's really something that's supposed to be done like over a grill or an open fire. But again, not touching anything, just, like lightly toasting it based on the heat. But the flame still somehow finds its way up to the marshmallow, at least it did on my stove. So you used to toast them on the wooden stove, is that right? Digs the fire blankets out of storage. That's very cute. Honestly, I've never thought about that the toasted marshmallows, not a thing everywhere. I just, that's, yeah, hard to process that that's not a thing. All right, I want to come right up here, just to this side a little bit. And again, I'm going to turn this in a second just to check my shapes. So I want to make sure. It's really easy to burn them if you're not aware, yeah. Even if you are aware, like I said, somehow my flames kept finding their way up, no matter how far apart I kept them. But I haven't toasted marshmallows in many years, so perhaps if I had more recent experience doing that, then it wouldn't have been as bad for me. Okay. Oops. Oh, just so you know, yes, I take lots and lots of marshmallow photos, right? Or any photo that I do, I take lots and lots of photos. So I do always use my own reference photos for a bunch of different reasons. Partly that I guess the primary reason is really that I want to have full control over my whole process. And so I don't want to have to worry about, well, I'll give you an example that was really disappointing, and like the only time that I ever truly licensed an image, and it was a request for a commission, and it was someone who wanted an ice cream, and it was soft serve. And although I have faked some soft serve ice cream cones in my kitchen, it was during the winter, and so I gave her some options, and then gave her some options that were also stock imagery. And I said that I could, but I manipulated them a little bit. I changed the cone and just put the ice cream on top. And this was just one time, probably, 8-ish years ago, 7-8 years ago, paid for the license for the ice cream image, which is quite expensive. I think it was like $160, something like that, to actually pay for the license to have enough rights that I felt comfortable with it, because you don't want to cut into other people's copyrights. And then a few years afterwards, it was an okay painting, it was fine. But a few years afterwards, I saw that another artist had used the same image, different cone, because I had made my own cone for it. But it was just kind of like, oh, like, I don't want to do that again. I don't want anybody else doing the same work that I do. I want to make my own work. So yeah. So I always I always use my own reference images, and that just makes life just easier for me, I guess. Even though it seems like it'd be more complicated, but I like the whole process. So it's funny, AJ. You do the same, and then you end up using one of the earlier shots, but I always think you can get better. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, you always keep going. Like I said, when I do the ice cream images, I've taken, upwards to 150-ish photos of them. But yeah, there's a lot of times where just the earlier ones worked just fine. But I still take a whole bunch just in case. So I think last night I photographed, I didn't go crazy, right? I think I photographed maybe like 5 or 6 different marshmallows, like individually, and then this one that had the 2 on it. But yeah, I want full control, and I don't want to have to worry about copyrights, and I don't want to have to worry about other people using the same images for something. So I just make my own. I share a lot of secrets on here, or maybe a lot of confessions. Maybe that's the better word, but I don't know. I hope when I say this stuff, maybe y'all just find it a little bit interesting because, you know, it's kind of nice, I think, as an art nerd to hear about other people's process. But, you know, but I hope it saves you some grief if you're an artist yourself, some of the things that, you know, I've struggled with or gone through. Doing paintings is a very personal action. Yeah, I do some freelance work, post-production, mainly advertisements. So I use a lot of stock images. I keep the watermark in the mock-ups and the client pays for the license, but I have zero personal investment as an art firm. It's very different. Yes, I understand that. I appreciate it and find it interesting. Thanks, Janica. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if your client is going to pay for the license, you know, that's a totally different story. But yeah, for me, it was kind of like that just came out of what I would have made as part of my profit from the painting. And so, yeah, so I just don't do it anymore. And again, that just keeps life simpler for me. If that means that I don't get to do, you know, as many soft serve cones because they're not as easy to come by, then then so be it. I would rather, you know, I'd rather just, again, keep the full control over everything. So, okay. All right, so I have that roughly done. I'm going to turn this because I did forget to get just this darker edge here. And I want to try to, again, just still non-committal at this point. But when you were learning to work with Adobe tools, you used to sit next to more experienced designers and ask so many questions. I think they didn't appreciate it and felt self-conscious. But hey, you learned a lot, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe they got nervous about it, but you know, it's good. It is good to ask questions. It's good to learn from other people. I've said, I don't know if you were in here when I said, Janica, but yeah, I used to work for an art magazine, and I used to interview a lot of artists, and basically I would interview the people that I wanted to ask the questions to, and you know, think about things. If I put myself, because at that time I wasn't a very good artist, but I wanted to learn, and the only way to learn is to really, you know, do lots of research and ask lots of questions. So, you know, the people that I talked to, they were more than happy to share, and I just think that I like to think, because I took that job very seriously. Like, I take all my work very seriously. I'm a kind of, you know, I try to smile and make jokes a lot, but I am quite a serious person when it comes to my work. But yeah, I like to think that the questions that I asked to those artists did not just help me, but they helped other people. The hardest working person who didn't take breaks, that's me. I very rarely take breaks, I have to be reminded. But yeah, I like to think that they helped other people too. So I tried to imagine that was why I was doing what I was doing, so that I would be able to write articles that would help other people and other artists. And so, you know, that made things much more, it was much more than, and I will say that I had some freelancers that had been brought on by higher ups than me at a certain point, and they were not artists or artistically minded, and so they would try to interview people, and it was they were very flat. It was a very flat interview because they didn't understand what questions to ask, things that would actually be helpful for people. They were interviewing the artist more like a journalist would, right? And so a journalist is going to interview an artist very different from the way an artist is going to interview an artist. And so, so genuine motivation. Wasn't just punching the clock, right? It was I knew people were struggling with things, and I wanted to find out what the answers were for them, because they might not be able to find them for themselves. So again, I took it pretty seriously, but yeah, I like to think it made a difference for, you know, there's that wonderful phrase, or wonderful saying that with the starfish, right? You know, the starfish story that you see a little girl or boy on the shore, and they're furiously throwing starfish back into the sea, because if they stay on the shoreline, they'll dry up. And someone says, you can't save them all. And they say, you know, so, oh, they say they can't save them all, so what difference does it make? And they say it makes a difference to that one that they can help. So anyway, that's the way I used to view my work. Again, then maybe that's a little, maybe it's taken it a little bit too seriously, but yes, that's the way I used to view my work. So have I ever tasted a dried ice cream? Yes, I have. Thanks, Janica. I like freeze-dried ice cream. Is that what you mean? Because it's gross, but I have tasted freeze-dried ice cream. I remember I bought some, well, a couple places in my life. Once when I was young at the Science Center in Pittsburgh, and once when I went to Kennedy Space Center. they had freeze-dried ice cream in a little bag. You like it? You should have been an astronaut then, because I think it's really gross. It's like eating, I don't know, flavored cardboard. That's not pretend, AJ. It's not good. I don't know. It's sugar, I suppose, but I don't want to eat freeze-dried cardboard. That's not good. It not have given the choice. If I can just have my Haagen-Dazs in the freezer versus freeze-dried cardboard, come on. You like the texture too, Cupie? Now everybody's gonna gang up on me and say that they like freeze-dried ice cream. It's like chips, but really sweet. I don't know. That's what I thought. That's my personal opinion. But apparently Cupie's on board with you, AJ. She likes it. I don't know. I remember I bought it. I bought some for my nephew, like when he was really young, from Kennedy Space Center, and I thought that he would enjoy it. But yeah, I didn't enjoy it myself. The Skittles are really good. Is that right? They have freeze-dried Skittles? It's not my thing. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned that way. I like real ice cream as opposed to, again, I don't eat a ton of it, but I like real ice cream as opposed to freeze-dried. So anyway, all right, so doing okay on this, I think. Just a little, early stages, right? What do I need to do here next? Does anybody know? I think that I need to start building up my shapes onto my marshmallows, and that is dry now, so I can go ahead and do that. So let me just take a look and see what I have to do. I'm going to actually take, this is a very small space, so normally I would take, might be fun to paint, they look pretty cool, they pop almost, interesting. Ice creams too. Oh yeah, well, if you need an alternative, AJ, then I understand that. All right, so I'm gonna try to go in with, it isn't our stiff brush, this is my softer brush, but I'm still gonna try to go in and layer this the way that I normally would. This brush is my stipply brush. It's just too large. It's not gonna go in there effectively, so I think that I think I'm going to need to just do a smaller one. And I did actually paint Cupie just regular Skittles one time as a trompe-l'oeil piece, so I don't know if they look significantly different than the freeze-dried ones. Ben & Jerry's non-dairy ice creams are amazing. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know if I've ever had them, but I'm sure they're amazing. Ben & Jerry's was good. All right, so I am going to go in here and just see if I can start to build up my shapes. I think that I should still start with my warmer colors. They do pop like popcorn. Interesting. I guess to each his own, right? I'm not going to say that it's, I shouldn't say that it's bad. It's just not my thing. So, I don't know why that message was held. Sorry about that. Software doesn't always recognize things. Oh, the dried ice cream just recently showed up in your country, actually. Is that right? And it's crazy expensive? Oh, that's interesting. Janica, are you familiar with what they're talking about with the freeze-dried ice cream? Or are you making that face because, again, that's something that, not really there? Freeze-dried Skittles and other candies are good enough to eat that they melt in your mouth. Interesting. I'll be honest. I personally am, much like Pran said earlier, he likes chocolate and vanilla. I like chocolate. I like chocolate and caramel and marshmallows. But I don't like fruity stuff. I never liked Skittles. And so that was never my thing. So I never really liked any kind of like candy like that. But yeah, I like chocolate, caramel, and oh, that's a nice color. Sometimes I surprise myself. Okay, so I'm just gonna dot this in here and try to get a little bit, and I'm gonna use a regressive technique and pull this out a little bit too. So we did that on some of the other paintings. So we're just gonna dot this in here, and what I want is some of that color to peek out from underneath so that I get kind of a spotty look that will more closely mimic the texture of this marshmallow, the toastiness, without actually going in and making every single tiny mark, right? So I'm just kind of trying to really lightly dot this. I am going to dot it a little bit over in this area. I'm not going to go over the whole thing with this particular color. I am going to adjust it a little bit, but I just want to get a little bit of this spottiness in here. You love blueberries ice cream. Oh, ice cream with blueberries. Yeah, I actually have had that before. That is actually really good. That's the only kind of fruit I would say that I actually have had, AJ. I did have blueberry ice cream before. That was good. You're right. You shouldn't surprise yourself with your magic. I probably could find freeze-dried ice cream in stores that import things. Yeah. But they charge like they personally walked the goods. Yeah, I understand that. Have you had Fruit Riot or True Fruit? I do not know what either of those things are, QP. Alright, so I'm going to take another brush. Let me see if I can find a better one here, because I need something that's small enough. Alright, we're just going to have to take a risk with this one. I need something small enough to go into the space and help me lift some of this off. And so I'm just lifting it with a little bit of medium on my brush, both to taper some of the edges that I don't want and to remove some of the excess paint. And then I'm wiping it off on my paper towel. So again, doing it this way helps me by doing this kind of layering and this kind of spottiness, which we're going to do several times, several passes to get this right. Hopefully to get it right anyway. But it is much, much better than me trying to go in and create all of the tiny little marks there, right? So I want to go ahead, I'm going to lighten this just a little bit with a little bit of white. And I'm going to dull it down a little bit more. Just a little bit, not all of it. I'm going to do it over here. And again, if I don't get it right on the first pass, that is okay. I try not to panic. And I can always come back to it. Okay. A fruit riot is frozen fruit coated with some type of coconut oil to hold either sour candy or sour coating or candy coating, and it's covered in chocolate. I'm gonna say that's interesting. A bunch of different kinds. Leans over sideways to see the painter's brush on the canvas. I'm sorry, am I blocking the view when I do that, Janica? Let me see if there's a better way, because I'm like going like this, right? Okay, let me see if I can do that a better way. Thank you, Janica, for drawing my attention to that. Oh, two separate things. Okay. So apologies, Janica. Thank you. I got my big hand in the way. I need to make sure I go sideways when I do this. So I'm trying. No, it's fine. I don't want to like hide it. This isn't fun to watch, right? You want to see the actual painting. So anyway, one thing that will help actually is if I were to turn this again. If I turn it, then, and maybe if I just try to come out like this. Let's do that. So we'll just pull back just a little bit. I appreciate it, but you did draw my attention to that, you know, like I don't want to block the view, my goodness. Anyway, thank you, Danica. All right, so let's go ahead and bounce over to this one and do a similar thing. And again, we're just going to build up the layers on this. You can see there's a little bit of this starting to develop some like feel of the shape. It's a good thing. Okay, if it was a good thing, then I don't want to change my MO like she said, but you know, I do want y'all to see it. So let's see, this one might be a little bit better. I had such a tiny painting, right? So I need to get better at doing that. So let's go ahead and mix up a little bit more of this color. I don't think I'm going to have enough. So again, we're going to go with some blue, some red, and some yellow, and these are still my warmer colors here. So I want to make sure that I do my base layers in my warmer colors, and then I do my upper layers in my cooler colors. That's just, again, my process. Doesn't have to be, it's not gospel. But when I dot it, as opposed to, again, doing brush strokes, I think that it just ends up looking much more organic. I'm sure the tiny factor changes things. Yeah, I think what I might have to do, QB, is scoot this probably closer. Scoot my camera even closer than what I have here and probably adjust that. But since I started with that other painting up on here, that was hard to do a little bit to get it just right without me, you know, struggling a lot with the camera today. But I will try to do that for next time. By the way, I have had people say to me, "You hold your brush weird." And I know I totally do. So anyway, just for anybody else who notices that, I hold my pencils and pens. This is very contrary to what my teachers ever taught me, even for writing, but I have always done that. So, and Pran, you came back. The piece came along after you needed a quick jet for the video. Yeah, thanks. I don't think you do. You don't think I hold it weird, Cupid? Okay, well, that makes me feel better. Because, yeah, I've had a number of people on social media, which you know I have mixed opinions about, but a number of people tell me, you hold your paintbrush weird. So, anyway, I'm like very self-conscious about it now, but if I need to not let that get in my head, right? But the trick for me for this, and I just want to point this out. I'm going to show you, right? So let's just pull this real close. So right here, it's just starting to get a little bit of that marshmallow, that burned marshmallow texture. Social media doesn't count. That's right. They hold their brush weird. Don't shame other people's holding. I know. People, somebody said this the other day. I think maybe it was Plo. Sometimes people just, you know, they feel the need to criticize other people just to make themselves feel like high and mighty. So anyway, yes, you're all right. I should not pay attention to them. But this is starting to get that toasty quality with all that nice toasty texture without going in and actually physically painting every little tiny mark. So what I would do if I mentioned earlier, like if I decided that I was going to, let's say, make this a bigger painting, what I would do is try to still do this, essentially. Still do this, but then toward the end of the, or closer to the end of the process, I would go in and probably refine a bit more than I'm going to refine here, just because it's such a small shape. It's sad people wanting to find something to make others feel bad about. Thank you very much, Janica. The paintings are flawless. They go with the body gesture. Thanks very much. And Phil, don't feed the trolls. Grip is fine. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate both of you for that, both Janica and Phil, and QP as well. So thank you. Yeah, it's like I said, I have mixed views. This is what I have learned. I am quite happy to show my process on here, right? And talk through it with y'all, because we have nice conversation and we tell stories and things. And I always say not to take anything I say as gospel. But I really, besides doing actual process clips that are just like strung together, I have made a very conscious decision not to do anything like anything on social media that is a tip or anything, because stops writing in stone. Yeah, thanks, Janica. Yeah, don't take it as gospel. Don't write it in stone. It's just my way. But I've decided not to put anything on social media that is just a tip, because man, like that is just an invitation for people to come and unleash. And not everybody, right? Sometimes people are very nice and very informed, and they appreciate it as being just something that's helpful, even if it's not something that's useful for them. But yeah, I've learned not to do that. You hold your brush the same way, is that right? With a little like hard rounded point there on my hand, or concave point on my hand. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've always done that. I know they used to try to correct me in school when I was like writing, don't do that. But yeah, it's the way I've always done it. So I'm glad I'm in good company with you, QB. We have to check how you hold it too. Is that right, Janica? That's funny. So again, I'm gonna scoot to the side a little bit. And just try to, again, like as I get a little bit closer here to the darker part, we have a little bit more toastiness going on, right? It's a little bit more of this slightly darker color. And so I want to try to include that a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna let that dry. Again, we have to exercise patience, right? Me too, because with the pens, there's a tendency to smudge what's already written in the top lines. Yeah, I understand that. I don't know. Maybe it makes me feel like I have more control. They used to try to teach me to hold like this. They used to try to teach me. This is the thing. This also drove me crazy. When I say that I have, a mixed opinion on schooling, and, I wanted to do stuff realistically, right? They used to try to make me hold my pencil like this. Can you see? This is what they wanted me to do. They wanted me to hold my arm out straight like this. Hold my arm out straight with my pencil and draw like this, because they thought it would loosen up my drawings. I get it. I understand what they were trying to do. I wasn't allowed to bend my wrist. I wasn't allowed to bend my elbow. They wanted me to draw like this. So that's not how I draw realistically. That's how you can get shape. I understand, like for gesture drawings. That's not how you draw realistically. So I'm going to keep holding my pen like this. I'm going to hold my brush like this. I'm going to hold my pencil like this. And you can't stop me. All right, so I'm going to let that dry. I feel like, again, I go to whatever I feel like needs to be done, right? So I'm going to go ahead and come back to, let's see, should we do the stick or the shadows? Let's do the stick. So we're going to come back and we're just going to try to put a darker coat on some of the stick, particularly around the shadow edges. So you can see on my reference image, this side has, oops, painted on my phone. This side has a very dark shadow edge, right? Because our light's coming down this way. So we want to try to put a dark shadow edge down on this right side of the stick. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to take, again, my blue, my red, and again, I could have grabbed my burnt umber and done it that way, but I feel like everything still has a slight greenish tint in the stick, and so I want to try to retain that. So I'm just going to mix my own colors up. This is a pretty dark green, I suppose, with a little bit of red mixed into it. And I am going to, I've moved my glasses down my nose so that I can make sure that I see, because we're going into tiny details now. I'm going to come down and just put a little shadow right here. A little bit down this side. A little bit down this side. And again, we, as QP said, we're trying to exercise patience. And so this is the only thing I'm going to do on the stick right now, is to try to get these shadows correct, and then I'm going to let it dry, because I want to make sure if I try to come back and put some better details in here, that if I have to move something, you know, change something, whatever, that this layer is dry and I won't mess it up at that point. So again, I'm just going to take a smaller brush, just clean up that edge a little bit with a little bit of medium. There we go. I was going to play video games, but I changed my mind, and I'm going to get my Legos to be in y'all's company. Aw, thanks, Janica. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that. There's a lot of nice people who hang out in here, right? I think so, anyway. But thank you so much, Janica. that means a lot. All right, so I'm going to go up here again. So for anybody, you know, I mentioned lots of different artists, right, in here. Lots of different artists. And I've said before that you always have to, at least I always have to, choose a direction for your light. So that was something that I actually heard a comic book artist say, and his name is David Finch. And David Finch has a wonderful drawing channel on YouTube. He's very, very famous. AJ, you might like him, actually. He's a really good figure drawer. And so I would encourage you to go check out David Finch's channel on YouTube. He is really, really good. And he is the one that I actually heard. It's like I always did it, right? But then sometimes you hear somebody say it and you're like, oh, that's what I do. So he is the one who said you have to choose a direction for your light. So now I know that my shadows are cast to the right side of this. I'm going to eliminate all of the other things in here. So Killfeeds, you're lurking. Thank you so much, Killfeeds. I appreciate you being here. It's nice to see you in here today. And Phil, love the vibe in your streams. Aw, thanks, Phil. I appreciate that. Yeah, so thanks to all of y'all for being here. So anyway, oh, Elga, hi, how are you? It's so nice to see you in here today. For anybody who just popped in, Killfeeds, Elga, Dinos, we did have our ice cream party earlier today, but you are welcome to go have your ice cream now if you'd like to. And we were just celebrating the completion or near completion of my butter pecan painting, which was over here. So it's mostly done. I'm just going to work on it a little bit outside of the stream, but it is mostly done. And we're doing toasted marshmallows today, but I hope that you have some ice cream available that you can still celebrate. It's 8 a.m. in the winter. No ice cream for you. Well, yeah, okay, I understand, Killfeeds. I've heard people who eat ice cream for breakfast, but I understand. These already look crazy and ready to jump off the page. Thank you, Phil. Maybe not quite yet, but I appreciate the kindness. Thanks very much. And Dinos, it is so nice to see you. So welcome in, Dinos. And yeah, so I hope you all are having a good day. Elga, thank you again for popping in here. So I'd rather have a whiskey at 8 a.m. I don't know what's worse. What's the vote? What's worse? Phil, observation. Thank you, Phil. Almost 11 p.m. I'll restrain myself from taking an ice cream. Okay, I understand. I understand. Yeah, it's, you know what? I can't eat anything with sugar like after like 4 o'clock or I won't sleep. So I understand. It's not good to eat ice cream at 11 o'clock at night. Whiskey will warm you up. Okay. What is the temperature over there, Killfeed? You said it's winter. So what is it over there? Morning Irish coffee is good. Nice. I don't know if I've actually really ever had an Irish coffee. All right, so I just want to go in here and again, just try to kind of miss that little stick there, that little nub that was sticking out there. But we're just gonna try to create the shadows on this side. Technically there is a shadow on the other side too, but because this is such a small space and I don't want to overlap anything and mess up what I've done, I'm gonna let it dry. Elga, it's been a very busy day today and it's not over yet, so no ice cream for you. Maybe tomorrow though. Okay, no ice cream for you today, but that's okay. Maybe tomorrow you can enjoy some. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cold, Killfeeds. My goodness. I didn't realize it was that cold over in your neck of the woods. Killfeeds is in, are you still in New Zealand, right? New Zealand, but you were thinking about moving to Australia, I know, at one point, I think. So that's cold. I didn't realize. So again, I could go in and try to, you know, fix that other shadow on the other side, which is a little bit thinner than this one, but the wiser choice for me is to let this dry. Is that right? Yesterday was even colder? That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know that. The wiser thing for me to do is to let this dry and come back to it, because if I try to go in and do it now, I will inevitably mess it up. So I'd rather just let it dry. Okay. So let's go ahead back to our shadow, because I think that, you know, I bounce around a lot in my paintings, right? And so we really want things to, you know, build up in a way that I feel encouraged that I'm headed in the right direction. I have the base for my shadow, but this is what I would call mushy right now, right? It's very non-committal, as I said. So I need to go in with a darker color to go in there and have a better differentiation. And you can see, well, maybe you can't see, but I'll point it out anyway. Right along this edge, there is a slightly darker shadow here, and then that tapers out. So I'm going to go in and do that first, and then I will try to, and I'm just going to work off of this. It's a work of patience and multiple iterations. That's right, Janica. I'm going to go in first and try to just tweak this color that we just used, because I'm still going to use my base warm colors here. And so I'm just going to try. I'm not going to add any white to this to start. We'll see if I need to, but right now I'm just going to use the glaze. So I have lots of medium mixed in with this. And I'm going to try to just go really gently right along this line. I'm going to pay attention to my shape so that I can make sure that I am getting the correct shape. I might need to actually, I need to take that back. I need to add a little bit of white to this, and I think a little bit more blue and a little bit more red. So I'm going to tweak this before it dries. Sometimes I do that because I am a little out of order, right? So No worries, Solar. I appreciate you being here. So thank you so much. It was nice of you to pop in today and hang out with us for a little bit. Thank you very much, Solar. So have a good night too. All right, so I'm a little heavy-handed, but that's okay. So I'll show you what I do. This is still going to be wet at the end. I want to thin it out. So I'm going to take a smaller brush with a little bit of medium on it. I'm going to take that and just go right in here, try to thin out my line and taper off this edge. And again, the better choice for me is going to be, even if it makes me a little impatient, the better choice for me at this point is going to be to let this dry again before I come back to it. And so I think I'm going to have to do that. I think that that will be safer than trying to rush along. So we don't want to rush along, right, Cupid? We don't want to rush along. Thank you, Solar. I appreciate it. So yeah, we don't want to rush along. We want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And so again, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to point this out too, that along here, there is a shadow on the actual piece, but the heavier shadow here, and I didn't get that quite right here, but I'm going to fix it. The heavier shadow here is on the outside. It's not on the actual marshmallow. It's the shadow right against there. I'm trying to do that now. Patience, 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 right? We have to accept the various stages of the work and not try to rush things too fast to the end. So I'm going to, again, come right in here. I'm going to make this a little bit heavier down here, and then I'm going to come back again with another brush while this is still wet and try to taper off the edge and soften this a little bit. And then again, best choice for me, best choice is to let it dry before I try to come back in and rework the rest of this shadow. Again, when I do shadows like this, I usually work back and forth because I'm doing layers and not blending. And so I will work back and forth on those, you know, many, many times before I get it to be exactly what I want it to be. So best bet is just to let it dry. I messed up so many assignments back in art school because you were rushing. I feel you. I understand, Dinos. Yeah, rushing is a surefire way to create difficulties for yourself. You think it's going to make it easier, but it just doesn't. All right, I'm going to also go very gently with a little bit of a thinner version of this line right over here, and then again, we're just going to let this dry. But I just want to point out, because I'm so proud of it, and I love the little things. Like, look at the toastiness on that little marshmallow, right? Like, it's starting, it doesn't have the details on it yet. It doesn't have those upper layers, but that looks like a toasty little marshmallow. So, you know, that's experimenting with things. We're experimenting today together just to see how we can get this done. Living in Shapes AJ, I just literally saw the biggest mistake in my art piece. You'll definitely fix it tomorrow. Thank you, Janica. The toastiness looks delicious. I appreciate that. Could eat it right now. It looks so good. Thank you to Cupid and Phil. I appreciate it. Yeah, just, you know, like knowing again, and I hope that maybe somehow, somewhere, that this helps somebody figure something out that they're struggling with. But this is just essentially 2 layers of paint, right? We had this layer underneath of the warmer base, and then we did a deeper color of it over top of that, that brought out those 2 colors without going in and creating every single individual line, but, you know, it gives that impression of the toastiness in there. So we need to build that up a little bit more. I'm gonna again check this to see what's dry and what's not. I think that that's actually pretty close. Okay, so let's try to go in and build our next toasty layer, right? So this one is gonna be a little trickier because this has this darker color in here. So we're gonna cross fingers and see if we can do it right. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab, I think, this other brush that I had used. So technically this is my flat brush, but it's such a small area. I'm just gonna try to dot with it. And so I'm gonna mix up again, just as the base. It is actually pretending to paint over glass, and those are real marshmallows. Thanks, Phil. The secret's being revealed at the end. You think I'm quite an enigma. I'm kind of just putting it all out there. So, anyway, but I appreciate it, Phil. Thank you. Elga, well, back to work once again. Thank you for the break. Have a great stream. Thank you, Elga, very much for popping in. It is really nice of you to spend some time with us. So I hope to see you again soon, okay? Thank you, and good luck at work. So, all right, so we're gonna make a darker color here, a toasty color. And we're gonna do this once with this color, I hope. And then we're going to go over it again. We're going to start to switch at this point. I might have a little bit more to do in these colors, but eventually we're going to switch to these colors over here and start to bring up some real highlights in here. So again, we're just going to, this is all a test. You're seeing it as I'm seeing it. We are experimenting, so that's funny. Okay, so we're just going to dot. Well, make sure I got enough of the medium in here. We're just going to dot. If I don't get it right, that's okay. Not the end of the world. I need to scoot my hand back a little bit so y'all can see. Let's see here. We're just going to dot. Very gently. Turn the brush a bit. Come back and tweak it. And I might actually stop part way on this and just come back and fix some of the edges where I feel like it's needs to be fixed. I might have to come back. I'm correcting myself because I am going to actually have to come back in with a second coat of this same or very similar color to get this to be at the level of darkness that I want. But this is a good start. So again, I'm just dotting over it, light touch, trying to let some of that color underneath peek through. I am actually going to turn my board because I want to make sure that I can get the shape of this, which again is a very organic shape, right? But I want to make sure I get it accurate, pretty accurate anyway. So when I turn my board, it will help me to see it in a slightly new light, new set of eyes. All right, I'm going to stop for just a second on that, and I'm going to just clean up a couple edges where I feel like if I let them dry, it will just be a little harder for me to fix. So better for me to stop midway and come back to it. This is kind of non-committal too, I guess, at this point, but I'm okay with that. I'd rather have it be a little bit non-committal and have to come back to it a couple more times than mess it up by rushing it. We don't want to rush it, right? So again, we got, what I want is, you know, like right in here, I don't know if you can see that, and again, it's pretty early stage, but right in here, we have basically all three of these layers of paint, very visible, all peeking through one another, all creating something that is much more interesting, I think, than if you were to try to mix up just a straight color and apply it directly as a blend or something. And again, this is just my personal preference. I always say, right? My personal preference about how I do things. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it because I want to make sure that I'm getting this relatively accurate. And I can see the shape a little bit better here. So let's go ahead. It's a little difficult, right? Because this isn't an actual like hard-edged shape. It has a lot of tapering, especially right up here where it's, you know, there is not really a defined edge. There's multiple things happening in that area. But I think that this is good enough that it will be okay for me. I can see I'd like to come back in with maybe, let me try a little bit of dots up here. I was going to say with a slightly redder tinge to a few dots, but I think that we're just going to kind of let this fly as it is right now and just let that dry. So again, we're going to let that dry. Pulling your leg, of course, like I said, in terms of realism and real life painters, I'm struggling to think of folks I'm aware of that do any better. Aww. Star Wars matte painters, maybe? Do you know what, Phil? I never mentioned this to you, but, oh, what is his name? The guy who did all of the paintings for all those movies in the 80s, 70s, and 80s that did the Star Wars posters. I interviewed him, and now I can't remember his name. But all of those amazing paintings, and I am nowhere near his level. So, not the matte painters, but yes, the matte painters are great too. But the people who did the posters, yes, no, wait, is that it? No, no. Uh, Crap, I can't think of his name, but I'll think of it later. But anyway, he was amazing. He did like all the painted posters for Indiana Jones and Star Wars and Goonies and all of those wonderful movie posters. Um, Drew Struzan, that's it. Look at Janica go. Drew Struzan, yes, I interviewed him back in the day, many years ago for the magazine, and he was lovely to talk to. Lovely to talk to. Yeah, that's what you were trying to think of. Yes, Drew Struzan, and that was that I remember. I need to go back and find those issues. I do have some still in the house of the magazine that I had, but I lost a lot when our basement flooded one time, and so I lost a lot of my issues. But yes, his posters are totally iconic, right, Janica? They're amazing. And I remember him saying something. That's why I want to go back like to the interview because this is like 15 years ago, right? But I remember him saying something like he still had a lot of those original paintings in his house. I just thought that was so cool. So that was really amazing. But yeah, I need to go back and find some of those issues because that's one that I would really like to share. And I remember a big regret that I have is that I didn't put one of his paintings on the cover of the magazine because we were like a small magazine. I didn't have any legal expertise and I didn't really have like a legal department to go to, and I didn't know if I would have been okay to put essentially a movie poster on the cover of the magazine without paying rights to someone. I still don't really know the answer to that, but I always felt bad that I put him in the magazine and I didn't put him on the cover. And again, that was just me being young and, not knowing what I was doing. But yeah, that is something that I really miss. I really feel like I could have done better with. So amazing artist, really cool documentary with and about him. Is that right? On Prime? I'm gonna have to check that out because yeah, I really enjoyed talking to him. He was one of those people that I said, I wanted to know things, right? So I just reached out to people. I was like, who did all those posters for all the movies? Okay, let me see if he'll answer the phone, and so I just called him, And yeah, so that was really nice. I think I emailed him first. But anyway, there was a guy making a lot of money out of him who was acting as his agent, taking a crazy percentage. Oh, is that right? And holding on to them himself. Interesting. I remember it was a really positive interview that I had with him. And so I'd have to go find the article. Really angered me, someone who's so amazing being taken for a ride. Yeah, I understand that. I think that happens a lot to a lot of really successful creatives, that there's somebody who does that. But that's really sad to know, because he was a really, really nice guy. And, I think he was just again, it's been a long time, like 15 years. So he was just somebody who was really clearly passionate about what he did. And so he got them back eventually, as he caught out trying to sell them on the black market. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Now I really want to go find that article that I wrote, because I don't remember exactly the details of my interview. I just remember that he was really nice. He really loved making art, that he had some pieces, and that I did get to put some of the pictures in the magazine then. So again, just young and inexperienced. I didn't really know if I was what I was allowed to publish. And now it makes me think, then there was probably other legal issues going on there. So I'm probably just really grateful that I was able to do anything. I think the studio found out and acted on his behalf to make things right. He ended up with a pittance compared to what they were paying. That's probably true. Crazy. Yeah, that's a sad thing. I mean, that's kind of that same or similar-ish story, right, for a lot of comic book artists, especially the older comic book artists, who were not necessarily given credit appropriately for what they did in their work. So Absolute Legend he did them crazy fast as well. Yes, that I do remember that. He did them crazy fast. So somebody's knocking on my door. Anyway, he did them crazy fast as well. Anyway, can you guys hang on just 1 second? I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. I see that a bunch of people came in. So Kiwi, welcome in, and Rewind and Design can't stay, unfortunately, but I hope you're having a fabulous ice cream party. Thank you so much, Rewind. I'm sorry that I missed you. Just very quick, very quick, and I missed you, so I apologize for that. And Kiwi, nice to see. Guess who's done with school for the summer? So nice, Kiwi. I am so glad for you. So did you have a test yesterday? Is that what you were doing? I think. How did you do? Let us know. So anyway, welcome in, and appreciate you both all stopping in, even if it's just for a few minutes. So yes, thank you again, and appreciate y'all's patience. All right, we're just gonna hop back into it, right? So I'm gonna go ahead into this one. I think this one is dry. We're gonna let this one dry over here. And I'm going to just try to add another we're going to go in not to this dark layer yet. We're going to try to add this kind of reddish tone here. And so I'm going to go ahead and do that with a little bit of this, again, darker color still. We're not switching to the cooler palette yet. We're just going to go in with the darker color. And so we'll just mix a little bit of red. We want this to lean a little heavy on the red side. You passed with A's? I'm so glad. Is my break time around this hour mark? Thank you very much, Janica. Yes, I am going to probably take a break. I did stand up and at least walk around for a little bit there, but yes, thank you for the reminder very, very much. And I will try to take a break. Maybe a little bit late, I guess. We'll see. I'll do a little bit more and then we'll take a break. So thank you, Janica. I appreciate the reminder. Probably should have just done that at that time, but that's fine. So we'll just truck on along here for a little bit. So anyway, let's go ahead and we're just gonna dot. You know, this is the thing, right? You have to be brave. You have to be brave when you go in here. And Kiwi, we're very proud of you, by the way. I should say that we should have celebrated that with the ice cream party too. So if you have ice cream, I hope that you're enjoying it, Kiwi, and you are welcome to, you know, have that for the rest of the show. Anybody who missed out on our ice cream party earlier, please, you know, just take some time out for yourself and enjoy some ice cream. So. But you have to be brave, right? So this is beautiful, but I have to keep going with it. So we have to keep painting over it. I'm going to go ahead and just dot right over top of it with kind of this secondary toasty color. And the good thing is that, you know, this layer below it is dry, right? So for example, I can remove that little bit and fix it. Currently can't eat ice cream, no worries. We're out of it, but he made some yummy coffee. Yummy coffee can be very, very good. So you can certainly enjoy that, Kiwi. Perfectly acceptable substitute. And so I'm just gonna go in, and again, we're trying to avoid, particularly on something this small, we go for realism, right? But we're trying to avoid something that is going to be overly detailed for something of this size to be done in a reasonable amount of time. So doing it this way allows me to create all these kind of lovely little shapes where all of the colors are peeking through without going in and doing every little tiny piece. So it creates this lovely, I'm just going to hold it up again real close, creates this lovely implication of all of these little toasted bits. You can see all of the layers underneath here. Which I think just makes it look so much more organic and so much more realistic. without actually going in and making all of those tiny little shapes. It would be pretty impossible. I'm not saying that no one's ever done it in the history of mankind. I'm sure there's someone who's done it. But I may have infinite patience, but I don't have that much patience. And I certainly don't have that much time. If you told me I had one painting to make for the rest of my life and it had to be a toasted marshmallow, maybe I would have that much time. But since I don't have that kind of time on my hands, we're going to try to do this a little bit more efficiently than that and still create, pretty close to the real thing, I think. All right, so I'm going to come up here. I'm going to do this up here as well. Even though there's this darker bit here, there's actually still this color peeking through a lot of this. And so I'm going to go in and try to just create, again, a base, right? Because I think it's about the perception, right? Not the exact pixel. That is a very good way to describe that, Janica. It is about perception. I did not understand that, I will say, several years ago when I was thinking, before I discovered this method of doing things, I was thinking I was literally going to have to go in and create every little mark. And again, maybe there's some people who do that. Maybe there's some hypo-realists who actually do that, but I am not one of them. So this is how I make it a little bit more efficient. Just through a little bit of experimentation and a bit of an adjustment to my process. So, but I think it ends up looking pretty convincing. Like I said, I don't think that before, especially this last year of painting, that I would have had the skill set to know how to really do this. And now I do. I wasn't sure going into today if I did actually, but I think it's coming along actually okay. And so, again, we learn from experience, we problem solve as painters. How do we replicate something without actually driving ourselves insane in the process? So, I think that, a lot of, this is what I will say. One thing that I learned, I used to have a different perception of art when I had primarily seen it in magazines, as opposed to seeing it in real life. And then I learned that some of these realists that I really loved and admired, because that was always the kind of art that I loved, even before I, figured out a lot of my painting. I just loved realism. A lot of them, like Janica just said, it was about the impression. When you see these things in real life and not in a magazine, it's a very different experience. You see a lot more of the human quality behind the painting, and you see that a lot of it is, just kind of implied. And so it's kind of a nice balance to do that, I think, in a painting. It's good to make these discoveries, especially if they're positive outcomes. Yeah, right. Kiwi, this looks so yummy. Thank you so much, Kiwi. I appreciate that. We toasted marshmallows here until about midnight last night, trying to find a good layout for this. And I think it's coming along pretty well, So I think that, I definitely have more work to do. I don't think that we'll finish this today. I think that what we'll do is probably, I'll go for like another hour, right? I'm going to take a short break here in a minute, but I'll go for another hour, and then we'll just see where we're at. But I think I want this to be a little more finished than what I'm going to be able to do. Thanks very much, Kiwi. Than what I'm going to be able to do here today. So I would rather come back tomorrow and make this look really good. And if I finish a little early, then so be it, and we'll start something else. But Phil said, yeah, when you look at this matte paintings from the 80s stormtroopers, just blobs in places, right? I know, it's just implication. So, I don't think all realism, even photorealism, hyperrealism, any kind of realism, I don't think it has to always be, I don't think it has to be exact. It has to be the impression of the realism. So yes, I agree, Phil, and also Janica. So yeah. But I think that I'll be better off if I do this, let it dry. Boy, I really love that little marshmallow. Look at that little thing. That's looking good. I don't know if you can see that because I know it's a little blurry on here, but it's looking good. But I think it'd be better if I just do a little bit more on this, let it dry, and then come back and poke in some details tomorrow. And then maybe we'll start something else then toward the end of the stream tomorrow because we'll probably have a little bit of extra time. So yeah, so I think I should go ahead and take my break now. Thank you to Janica for reminding me that I need one officially. And so I'm going to take like 10 minutes. I hope y'all will stick around and see how much farther. Oh, I keep hitting my camera today. I'm sorry about that. See how much farther I can get. The toastiness and the shape is remarkable. Thank you very much, Janica. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's coming along, right? I think so. Take a break and get some rest. Thank you very much, Kiwi. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes, y'all. And I hope that you all take a break too. And then I will see you back here. And if you have to go, I understand. And we'll see you back here tomorrow if you get a chance. So again, I'll be on roughly 2 p.m. tomorrow. But I'll be right back in about 10 minutes, okay? Thank you so much, guys. Okay, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. I really appreciate it. It did have a nice break. So, and QP and Plo are talking about somebody. I'm not sure I know who that is though. But anyway, so welcome back, and I will just truck on ahead. So, all right. So, like I said, we're just going to do a little bit more on this tonight, and then we'll try to finish it up tomorrow and just see, we'll see how realistic we can get it to go. So I want to check this to see how dry it is now. Hi, Curls Jr. Welcome back. We're still a little bit wet, so I don't want to touch, even though I really want to. We were talking about patience, right? Even though I really want to, I don't want to go into these areas and try to do the dark part yet because it is still too wet for that. So, so we're just going to move on. I am going to look just to see, let's see. Looks like my shadow areas are dry. So I think I'm going to go into my shadow areas and try to work on that. So making you want s'mores, Plo? I know, right? S'mores are so good. I haven't had one in so long. And I was really good that I did not eat these marshmallows last night. And it is a little deceiving, because I painted them really small and I used this kind of small stick. But these marshmallows were like humongous. They're like this big. And so I think they're called campfire marshmallows. They're humongous. So anyway, we're going to go in and just try to work on the shadows just a little bit. And my husband did mention to me on my break that because I moved in with the camera, that it might be a little hard to hear me sometimes. So I'm going to try to speak up just a little bit if I can remember. And we may adjust this in the future because I do want to do more smaller pieces. I don't want to get my hand in the way all the time. So I'll maybe try to scoot this a little bit at an angle so that, yes, perfectly s'more sized, right, Cupie? Those big ones, they are perfectly s'more sized, I would say. So anyway, so yeah, so I will try to adjust a little bit in the future when we do some of these small ones for you. So again, thank you very much for your patience for that. So yeah, I'm gonna go in to this shadow area here. Let's go in, we're still gonna stick with our warm colors for this. So we have our blue, dark blue. And I just want to make sure that I have all my cameras centered. Yeah, I think that's as good as we're going to get today. So dark blue, dark red, and yellow. And we're going to put some white in there, and then I'm going to tweak this a little bit. You need those ones? Yeah, they were humongous. Even like the package was so large. I went through like, what did I say, like 6, 7, 8 marshmallows, something like that when I was toasting them last night. But the package was so large that I like had to fold it over to squeeze it into my my little Ziploc bag so that they would keep them fresh. But it was very, very large package. Did I ever toast a peep? No, I never did. Like the things from Easter, like those little sugar crusted things. That's interesting. What happens to the sugar on the outside when you toast a peep? Just out of curiosity. So I'm just going to, again, we work in lots of layers, right? I'm going to apply this first. It's got a slightly reddish tinge to it, just a little bit. I want to add, I think, just a little bit of white to part of this, not all of it, but just part of it. And a little bit more yellow just to neutralize that. So we're going to try to basically taper this down. A little bit of medium on the brush and just try to go in, and again, I don't blend a whole lot. This is probably the closest to blending that you will see me do. And let's go in with even more white in this, just a little bit more yellow to neutralize it out toward the edge. And we'll just come right along that edge there. Carry that up. Oh, and Kiwi, you gotta go and get some rest. But thank you for the stream, and hopefully see you tomorrow. That sounds good, Kiwi. Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate it so much. So have a good night. We will see you soon. And congrats again on passing your test. Not just passing it, but like flying through it and getting all A's. So I'm so glad. So essentially here, if you can see on this part of my palette, I have like basically 3 different versions of this shadow color right now. I will probably still have to come back and refine this just a little bit, you know, with some additional layers on top, but that's kind of what we get in a shadow. It starts real dark when it's close to the object, right? With the exception of like a reflected light. And so, you know, again, I'm not the expert on shadows. I just kind of paint what I see. But layering it so that it is, you know, kind of in this progressive fading out, that's my preference for my paintings and my reference photos, as opposed to trying to create lots of really hard edged shadows. I just don't think that those tend to look very natural in a painting. So yeah, that's just my personal preference. So I'm going to go in and just do this kind of middle tone over here. And again, I apologize if I keep sticking my hand in front of this. But I will work on it for future streams to try to get it so that the camera is angled, I think, a little bit, so that it's a little easier to see. For you to see, not for me to see, for you to see. And what I will say is, you know, if I can get this to the point where, like, this looks pretty decent, I think. If I can get this to the point where, you know, all of my base parts are basically here today, then tomorrow it's just a matter of refining everything. And so, so that's, you know, and I think that that's like kind of, I guess, the level of patience that I hope that people, you know, take from what I do. That's required kind of for what I do is just, you know, you could quit after today. I could say, well, that's good enough for a study. But I know, right, Flo? I'm sorry about that. I just need those hands to paint things. If only I could do it with my mind, then this would be so much easier. But anyway, I just, you could stop at this point, but for me, this is kind of just where like the fun begins, to make it look really realistic. So I'd rather give this, you know, some extra time tomorrow and really try to make it look really good, rather than just, you know, give up and settle for okay. We don't want to ever settle for okay. I don't want to anyway. So what I want to do with this, I'm trying to neutralize this shadow just a little bit with a little bit more yellow. I'm probably just going to come back in. I didn't really address this one at all before. So I'm probably just going to do this kind of roughly and then come back to it. But I do think I'm glad. Like I said, I wasn't sure at the beginning if I should actually keep these shadows here or not. I think I'm glad that I did. I think that they add something to the piece. They do make it look much more trompe l'oeil-ish than if I were to eliminate them. So it's really the difference of, you know, making them look like my ice creams more, or making them look more like this is laying on the actual panel. But I don't know, I think it's interesting. I think it's a nice kind of contrast in there. I want to be careful not to make this shadow, particularly as I go up higher, I want to be careful not to make this shadow too dark, which is a really easy thing to do, to make it too dark. But I instead just want to make it look like, you know, just like a little bit of a hazy shape, particularly here, where this lifts up a little bit more. So when the shadow is really, when the object is really close to the panel, we get a little bit of a harder shadow. When we lift it a little bit, like there's more of a gap, this is pulled up a little bit more. In my reference photo, then the shadow is not quite as hard as it was before. You like the shadows, Flo? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, we never know. I never know. I just want to experiment, right? So you blow my mind. You're funny, Cupie. All right, so I just want to go in here. Just do a little bit more here. So this is just, I want to keep this really nice and soft too on this other shadow as well. This is kind of a fun piece though, I have to admit. Like, it looks, I mean, I don't know how it will look in the end, but I'm going to keep trying to make it look realistic. We're going to push anyway. And I think that it's really different. I think it's really different. I really like being able to capture that toastiness of the marshmallows. That's pretty cool. It's pretty neat for me to try something different, I think. So every time I look, it gets more real, but it doesn't even seem like it's possible, but it does. Thank you, QP. I appreciate it. Magic and witchcraft, clearly. Thank you, Phil. But you all were sitting here for the whole thing. It's no magic and witchcraft, right? You all have been here. You bore witness to the whole thing. The whole thing from the very beginning, with the exception of my drawing. So yeah. I don't know. I think it's a nice little exercise, nice fun little piece. I'm not sure if I would do one of these bigger. We'll have to see. Maybe eventually we'll try one. But for right now, I think this was just a nice little break. So again, I have to be patient, right? I have to let this dry instead of rushing to try to fix something. So I feel like, you know, this shadow actually comes out kind of far because again, this marshmallow was lifted a little bit more, this marshmallow and this stick lifted a little bit more off the panel than the others. I'm not sure how convincing that is in my painting, at least yet. Hey, Janica, you had back and you had a smoothie. That sounds nice. Gonna check through the intel and the video after. Phil, why are you coloring the photo? You guys crack me up. Thank you. Thank you. I think you next need to do a chocolate bar and a graham cracker. Finally, a s'more. Yeah. You know what? So I thought about that, Flo. I bought the chocolate. I didn't buy the graham crackers yet, but I did buy chocolate. I have painted chocolate a lot in the past, and so I might do chocolate. I had thought about the graham cracker. I don't know. Like, I try on all the paintings that I do on their own, I think should be able to stand on their own. I don't know. I don't know if I'm good enough to paint a graham cracker and have it be exciting as a standalone painting. Maybe. But I feel like I mean, I guess it would kind of have the same texture as like my ice cream cones, like the cone part. But and then you have a series, yeah. So maybe I should pick up the graham crackers. Maybe I should be brave enough to try all three together. Like I said, I might try the chocolate. So we'll maybe give that a go at some point. And just see. So rubbing away the white paint. Do you ever do hyper realistic portraits? No, I don't. I did some finger painting, Janica. I can do people, but it's not really my thing. I don't love it, and so I don't really feel like I excel at it. I think that people like, so I like to use reference images, right, or still life setups. I did some other, pictures, like I showed some of my old paintings the other day. I feel like portrait painters need to have a really good understanding. Really good portrait painters need to have a really good understanding of bone structure, and I just don't excel at that. So yeah. I mean, I've done a few various things throughout my life, but yeah. Why do you ask? Out of curiosity. I think it would technically be cloning. That's funny. All right, so I think that I'm okay with that. Let me just do a little bit more over here, I think. I do think it's starting to get the feel of this is sitting on the panel. I mean, I do think it's starting to feel that way. One thing that I haven't addressed yet is this little section. So I'm going to turn this way and try to go in here and address this. So this, I think, yeah, that's dry. So I need to go in with some dark color that I'm going to thin down. And I want this to be a little heavy on the yellow. And let's just see what we do. Okay, so I just want to make a few marks in here. Again, I don't want to go too crazy with things, but I just want to make a few marks that start to imply some of this little toasty edge. Actually bring a little bit of this toastiness up because I didn't quite have enough here. I said I have to check my shapes, right? So we're going to bring that a little bit up. I think what we'll probably be able to do by the end is get, hopefully, most of the base colors with this warm layer, because remember I haven't moved into my brighter colors. So we're gonna probably do that. Working and lurking, but still here and listening, sneaking a look-see. Okay, thanks, Phil. Because I like to do portraits with pencil color, but you've spot on both the bone structure. Recently, you've been doing exercises of a book series, which is just for anatomy with different body types. But yes, using photo references or using reference photos, bone structure and hair is the hardest for me. Yeah, I understand that. There's a really great, thank you for doing it. Oh yeah, for Phil hanging out. Yes, for as much as he did. There's a really great portrait artist, Janica, whose name is, gosh, sometimes I say these names and then I go blank on them. It's David something. I'll think of it a little bit later. Anyway, I think he has actually a lot of demonstration stuff that you can find online. But yes, people who excel really, really well at portrait paintings definitely have a really good understanding of bone structure. And And like I said, I think that that in part was maybe what they were trying to teach me in school, but it's not what I wanted to do. So, but even then, they weren't doing like realistic portraits. They were just doing like, you know, gestural sketches and things. So that wasn't really the same thing. And I'm trying now to think of that artist's name so that I can give it to you, Janica, because I'd really love for you to see his work. David, I'm going to think of it. I'm going to think of it at some point. If I don't think of it today, then I will write it down when I find it, and then I will let you know in a future stream, Janica. So sorry about that. So many names in my head, and I'm really terrible with names, so I don't always, I've always been, I don't know why that is. You can't even say that I'm getting old. I've just always been bad with names, like my whole life. So thanks, Jenica. Anyway. Maybe it's because I'm a much more like visual person. So that tends to be, I never forget faces, but I always forget names. All right, so I think if this is dry, yeah, I think that's just about dry. Okay, I think I can actually go in with another layer because I'm kind of continuing what I'm doing here. I think I can actually go in and try to do another bit of this darker color in here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that now, since I'm here anyway. I have kind of a different shaped brush, but I think that'll be fine. And I'm just gonna spot it just a little bit at a time. So I might still need to do one more pass on this with this very dark color, because I think this isn't quite going to be enough, particularly through this area right here. It's good because I mean it's building up my layers, but it's not going to be quite enough for me to feel like I've gotten everything in here that I need to. And so that's okay. I mean, it's all right. It is what it is. Sometimes I need some extra layers in there just to bring things up to a higher level. And then there's some neat little like highlights on there as well. Some of the crust looks almost black. It does, right? It's the extra burn. It does. Well, that's because it caught on fire, Janica. So that's what the marshmallows tend to do. They catch on fire and yeah, they turn black. You blow out the flame. That's part of the fun of the s'mores. You're not really supposed to burn them. I'm just not a great s'mores maker. But I think the burned marshmallows are kind of charming. So. And then you burn your mouth. That's right, Gil Feeds. But what I love about this process, and again, I wasn't sure that this would work, right? Because you might think, she knows what she's doing. Surely she's done this before. She knew, right? But no, I really didn't. I didn't know what this would be like. But I do love that this layering approach, which again, I really only kind of perfected, not even perfected, it's in process. But I only got better at in the last like year and a half, doing those cookie paintings and frosting paintings. That is what is enabling me to do this. And I think it's so cool. And again, I hope it's in focus enough. I hope y'all can see enough, but it just like looks like toasted. Caramelization chef term, I believe. Yeah, that's right, Phil. Is that what the black is? The caramelization? I think black might be like maybe a messed up caramelization, but yes. And Danica, my reference photos would have been very easy. They would have been all black, just a big black blob. That's funny. But I do love that it's looking like toasty. Like, I just think that's really cool. In all these years, I never painted a marshmallow. And honestly, like I said, I didn't think that I could really do it, but it almost looks like you could pinch it, right? Like, that's what I get. Like, I look at it and I'm like, I could squeeze that. So, not quite done. You know, again, we're going to take a few hours on it tomorrow, but just, you know, pretty cool. I don't know. Again, I'm kind of an art nerd, so when something cool, when I'm able to do something cool, I just feel like I feel kind of proud when I can do something cool. So it does look like you could pinch it right there. So anyway, like I said, you guys see this as I see it. You know, same. We're working in real time here, and we're gaining experience together. So. All right, let's scoot over to this one and just give it a shot. What do you do for backgrounds when you take reference photos? Oh, I hang a, thank you very much, Danica. You must feel proud often. I appreciate that. No, this is like kind of, you know, it makes me a little giddy when I get something sort of right or discover something. So like now I'm discovering something for this. So Flo, I actually take a piece of cardstock and have it taped to my door or my wall. I have it on a door because that's usually where I set up my lights, is near that spot. And so I just hold up whatever it is that I'm doing in front of that white piece of cardstock, and it will inevitably turn gray in my photo, and then I just adjust things in Photoshop. I do have to use some really bright lights to make sure that I, you know, adequately photograph something. And I will say that I did this wrong. If you scroll through like my photos in here last night, like let's pull out this one. So this is one, so you can see that this is my cardstock taped to my door, and I'm just holding these up. And I had my lights coming from two different directions, and I wasn't realizing the complications that was going to cause for me. So I took all of my lights. I had one off in the distance, and then I took my lights back and kind of placed them off, you know, to one side. So I still did get that kind of weird shadow going on in here, but it did fix it a lot for me. So yeah, it's best to, I didn't always used to do that, but it is best to try, I think, to photograph something on a similar-ish color to whatever you want the background to actually be, and then just tweak it in Photoshop. So the twig looks like it's coming out of the canvas. Thank you so much, Danica. I appreciate that. So yeah, thank you, Phil, again. Interesting. I'm trying to take more references rather than using the royalty-free photos. You know what? It's a good practice to get into, and it just, you know, for me, it took me a long time to like figure out how to do it right. Still learning how to do it right. I don't always get it right, but you know, even if you continue to use the royalty-free stuff, it's still a good practice, you know, just to start learning how to do it, what's going to work for you. So I'm just going to go in. This one I'm going to be a little more judicious about because there are some of these lovely little crusted spots in here. And so I'll go in and fix them, but I just want to get them kind of initially down. I think that will be better than me trying to be maybe a little too haphazard in this section. For this area, I'm going to put this a little bit of a wider block of this, but a little bit more thinned out than those ones were. So let me just, okay. So yeah, just a little bit more than those ones were. Anyway, so I hope everybody has enjoyed watching this piece come together, because it's been, like I said, like a learning experience for me. And, you know, we're going to put a little bit more time into it, but a little bug come into the shot. He wanted to be a star on Twitch. So, he was hopping into the shot. So again, I'm just trying to be like a little bit discretionary about, you know, being a little bit more heavy-handed where some of these are darker spots, and a little bit lighter where they're not, and I can come back in and refine. It's excellent because it also helps to train the eye. Yeah, right, Janica. Getting the reference photos, is that what you mean? Yes, I agree with that. It is a good way to train yourself to create your own sense of or understanding of balance, composition, things like that, rather than relying on somebody else's interpretation of it. Yeah, so. Look at our toasty little marshmallows. Okay, so, and yes, you said yep. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Again, I don't want to rush this, so I'm gonna just turn this again. Try to see this complicated a mass of shapes a little more objectively here. I would rather not put in as many details as I need to at this point and be able to come in and fix it later than put in too many details and have to come in and kind of work backwards. It's not to say I don't do that. Sometimes I totally do. But my preference would be I'd rather, you know, like again, be a little non-committal and not do quite as many of the shapes as maybe should be here and come back. So this should actually be a little more heavy-handed here. I'm just going to come in. But I love that all of these little, you know, blobs of paint, very tiny blobs in various, you know, various weights, various sizes, various transparencies, that they're all peeking through one another to some degree so that they come together and look toasted. One of your fave pieces you took with your own reference, the one I showed on stream last night, I did, for your dad with the mandolin. Yeah, that was a really nice one, Flo. That was a really nice one. Absolutely. I totally understand. And that actually is very impressive. If that was really your own photograph for that, it was very, very skilled with the whole composition and lighting and everything. So yeah, very, very cool. I'm just going to mix up a little bit more of my toasty color because I ran out. So again, I'm going to come back with some red, some dark blue, and some yellow. We're just going to essentially try to get it to look similar to this mix. Sometimes if I fall short and have to mix something up again, I just try to mix it, you know, on my palette right near where the other thing was that I mixed, so that I can actually, you know, compare that way. And also I can go like this. I can take a little bit and put it next to it and be like, okay, that's pretty close. So anyway, just little tricks that I do. Is that in the shot? Maybe that wasn't in the shot. So here, so I take this, I've mixed this next to this old one, right, where I ran out of the paint. And then I just take a little bit of it and wipe it next to my old mix just to see if the color is similar enough. So again, just little tricks. And I wanted to see, oh, there's a bottle of his booze, his mandolin, and his old radio. Yeah, I dug the old radio as well. It was a nice, nice composition there, Plo. All right, so the top part here has a bit more of a toasty quality, but again, I'm gonna try to just have patience and spot this in with varying degrees of transparency. So a little bit more translucent, transparent's not the right word, translucent as I get to the edge, a little bit darker toward the inside. Try to vary the pattern quite a bit and just see if I can get this to look, you know, I just love when all these, again, it's probably hard to see, right? So I'm like excited for it, but it's probably hard to see on the stream. I love seeing that all these colors, much like I do, you know, on the cones, but this is just a little more dramatic, I suppose. But they're all like peeking through. And so they all did contribute to each other. Could do a comparison at the end, take a picture of the painting, print out the painting, print out your photo and swap places. Takes 2 shots, as in one with the painting cone. Yeah. And so folks can swap the painting versus the photo. Yes, we could do that, Phil. We could do that sometime. And yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting, like I did actually, when I did trompe-l'oeil paintings back in the day, you can find some of those maybe on my Instagram. I'm not sure. I might have taken some of them down. But I did actually take like a picture of the painting next to the board that I had the objects, you know, taped to, essentially. So when I did like the comic books that way, I had them next to each other, the candy bars and things. So the goal was to see, could you tell which one was which? So yeah, I did kind of do something like that. That's intelligent. I struggle a bit with mixing all the colors next to each other. Sadie the other day was making fun of you because I was almost having a stroke after looking at her palette. Interesting. So what was her palette like? What does that mean? Social media will say that it's AI, can't be fooled, spotted a mile away. That's true. There's a lot of doubters out there nowadays, Janica. I'm hoping though, you know, y'all are in here and you're watching. You saw me do it from start to finish, right? Well, I'm not finished, but you know, you saw me do it from the beginning. So, you know, I always want to improve. I always want to get better. But you know, I do want to, I can say when I'm, you know, pretty pleased with something or how it's going. And you love seeing the whole thing happen like this, QP. I'm so glad. I'm glad, first of all, QP, that you reminded me yesterday to do marshmallows, because I was going to delay it a little bit. But yes, I am glad that QP did that for me. And yeah, I think that if I can get my camera straightened up, then I will. The stream is AI. I am AI, right, Chloe? I will try to get my camera set up a little bit better, keeping in mind that, you know, I want to do more like this, where I can get it done in like a session or 2. And then y'all can sit here glued to your screens, hopefully, so that you can see the whole thing. So we're all witnesses for the tinfoil hat brigade. Is that right? Anyway, yeah, I mean, I understand that, doing big paintings, they can be very impressive. They look really beautiful when they're, hanging in a home. Um, and I'm totally fine to do those occasionally. But I will say, well, I've said this, I think, before, that for me, because I like this painting method, data from Star Trek, the Kim. That's funny. I met the real Data. That one time I mentioned. So I lost my track. I lost my train of thought. But anyway, I want to do more like this. And oh yes, I was saying I don't mind doing the big ones. I really don't. Sometimes they can be really lovely and they're really beautiful pieces. But I do kind of miss the experience of doing the small ones. I do think it's really interesting to watch them get done. So I would like to try to do some more. Unless Kim is the ultimate form of AI, we're all plugged into the Matrix. That's funny. You guys are too kind, honestly. So, too kind. I like that it looks like I could pinch him. That's so cool meeting Brent Spiner. I know he was really kind, Phil, because I I said that it was when we were going to lots of baseball games when we lived in Florida, lots of spring training games, and MegaCon was during the month of March, so it was during spring training. We were it was a Braves and Pirates game, I remember, because the Pirates were from Pittsburgh, and it rained. And in Florida, when it rains, we were just sitting out there in the rain. They canceled the game. I don't remember. I think they had a few innings and then called the game. And then we had said, if we had enough time, we wanted to go to MegaCon. And I did. And my hair, I'm not lying, that my hair is, I straighten it when I can. My hair is very frizzy. And so it had gone crazy. I had a baseball cap on, but I met Brent Spiner that way. I looked terrible, and I said something really, silly, like that I was just so excited to meet him, and then I was sorry if that sounded stupid. And he's like, no, it's not stupid at all. Like, he was very, very nice, very, very accommodating to the weird lady with the fuzzy hair from sitting outside in the rain. So anyway, yeah, he was very nice. I'm really getting pretty pleased with this toastiness that's going on here. I'm too much of a nerd. I would forget my words and say something disconnected from brain or freeze, I think. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. But I'm going to say it was the trauma of going in with fuzzy hair that made me that way. So yeah. I did always want, like I said, I saw some of the other members of the cast there, because for anybody who doesn't know, I really like Star Trek: The Next Generation. I saw some of the other members of the cast there from time to time, but I never got anybody else's autograph because they always had really long lines. And then they did have that panel the one year that you could go to, but I said it was like $250 just to go to the panel for one person. So for my husband and I both to go, he would have gone with me, but it'd be $500 between us just to like be in their presence, not even to get anything signed. So that was quite a bit, even for a Star Trek fan like me. So yeah, I had to draw the line at that. But someday I will find my signed data, my signed data picture, and I'll show you, Phil. So I do think this is starting to look decent, right? I think it's starting to look decent. I once met my favorite rap artist, waited for a couple hours to be able to get her to sign your notebook. I was the last person left, and she finally looks at me and says, "Hey, how it's going?" And I couldn't speak. I was so starstruck. Is that right, Janica? Just smiling like a crazy person. It's funny because you go in thinking you're going to be this like so cool, right? At your local Comic-Con, you did a portrait of celebrity guests. I was so nervous giving them. They were so sweet. Aw, that's really nice, Flo. And finally handed her the notebook almost aggressively, still saying nothing. My ex stepped in and said something decent. That's really funny, Janica. That is really funny. I just want to do a little bit in here. All right, I think this is looking nicely, pretty decent, right? So I'm just out over the 4-hour mark right now. We did have our ice cream party, so technically this has only taken me probably about, considering my break and stuff, probably about three hours, roughly, and that's pretty good. And so I feel like I can let this dry in a bit. I'm going to work on it for a few more minutes here. I'm going to let this dry, and then we'll come back to it tomorrow. So decent is not the bar here. Thanks, Janica. It's looking outstanding, and it's not even done. I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Yeah, it's such a cute little piece, I think. Such a cute little piece. So, so I think what I'm going to do is I'll work on it, like I said, for a few more minutes, and then we will let it dry, and we'll come back to it tomorrow and see if we can pick up on it and see if we can mostly finish it then tomorrow, and probably start something new. We'll probably have some extra time because I'll probably need to let part of it dry. You met Shigeru Miyamoto outside the games industry with Hideo Kojima while working in it. Is that right? That's pretty cool. I know those names because my husband follows games, and so that is pretty amazing. I was queuing to play a demo of Hideo Kojima's when outside the industry as just a fan when you met Mr. Mario Zelda era. I don't think that's a Star Trek levels of amazing, though. That's funny. It's looking ridiculous. Amazing work as always. Thank you, Phil. That's pretty cool that you met all of those video game creators. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. For anybody who doesn't know, can you share your background again, Phil? Because I know that you have like experience with some design stuff you mentioned in the industry. Can you just, for anybody who doesn't know Phil, and again, Phil is a great artist and has a channel, and he's drawing over there on his channel, and he's new like me, so you should go check out Phil's channel. But yes, please, Phil, feel free to introduce yourself again on here. Hideous is the video game royalty that, or Hideo is that? Yeah, Hideo. Sorry, not Hideous. There you go. Stupid autocorrect. There you go. That's very cool. Very cool. All right, I think I'm going to go back to my shadows. Are my shadows dry? Maybe. Maybe I should actually focus on the, well, let's see. I think I'm going to turn it on its side. Right? So, do you do shout-outs for your audience who also do streams? Yes, of course, Janica. I'm not, super savvy at going in and typing stuff in right now, but and sometimes I try to, just let other people do that. But yes, please. Worked in the games industry for 29 years. 29 years. Phil always undersells himself in here. So if you want to, please check out Phil's channel. He is an amazing artist. And so I would really invite you to go over there. And what did you do in the games industry, Phil? So I'm going to go in here and just work on some of these shadows, I think, until the end. So yeah. See, you didn't know that, right, Janica? No, Phil is very, 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 very skilled and very, very experienced. And he undersells himself Much like Flo, she undersells herself too. So, all right, I'm gonna just come in here again with kind of a darker, warmish tone. Just gonna try to fix some of my shadow areas just along the edge of, you know, a few of my two marshmallows, just a little bit. It won't be exactly right today, but we'll try to get it a little closer. Started out doing pixel animations for pinball tables, 2D and 3D for Sony Codemasters, Activision, etc. over the years. Was a wildlife illustrator and self-taught clay sculptor before and after games. Amazing, right? Are you not amazed? Because I'm amazed. And Phil always like he sends me these high compliments on my paintings, which is wonderful and very kind. But Phil is like phenomenal. So please, and Jenica, there she wrote it. It's phenomenal. I'm checking your art station. It's phenomenal, right? 2D and 3D artists making 3D character or 3D vehicle characters, creatures, environments, weapons, concepts, storyboarding. Been in lead and ad roles past 10 years. Please go check out Phil's channel because he's just getting started on here, and you will want to watch him as he puts on more and more live streams. So yes, of course, Phil. No, not kind words, just the truth. Isn't that what you say? Just the truth. So Phil is great, and I hope that everyone will go and subscribe to Phil if they haven't done so yet. So yeah, Phil is great, and I'm always honored when he's in here because I'm like, oh my gosh, like somebody who's actually, you know, got all of this tremendous amount of experience, and he's incredibly kind and very, very humble. And he's watching little old me paint. So anyway, Flo, good, you followed. Nice. So yeah. All right, so I'm just gonna go over this just a little bit. I'm probably gonna go over it again tomorrow to get this really, really refined. But it'll get me a little bit closer than what I was. So, so many better folks I've inspired by, like, and folks I've worked with over the years. I think you're just incredibly kind and incredibly humble, Phil. But again, I'm just very grateful that you have decided to spend some time in here with us. So I really appreciate it, and it certainly boosts my day when you send me kind words. But yeah, you are always very humble, very, very humble. So so yes, everybody should watch Phil's channel. The dragons that he was drawing the other day, which were still in progress, but were completely amazing. And then I know you showed some of your older work in there briefly as well, that I got to see a few minutes of, and that was completely amazing, Phil. So so yeah, very, very amazing stuff. The Beaverton is one of the coolest characters I've ever seen. May I ask what software you use? Yes, so Phil, please share, because I know, I think I know anyway. But yeah, please share. And like I said, it's amazing when you're inspired by someone and they in turn are inspired by you. That's a really nice sentiment, Flo. That's a really nice sentiment. I think we're all just forming a really nice community in here. So that should be our motto. So that we all inspire each other. So I'm going to actually take, because I can see it, something that I need to do. I'm going to take a little bit of white and make a little highlight on here, just while I'm over in this area. You actually met the original designer of Space Marines and Imperial Knights for WH40K fans. Oh, when had to pitch inside the GW offices for Freeblade. Wow. And you made the beaver bin on the iPad. And you use, what program do you use again, Phil? Again, I think I know, but please feel free to share. Oh, look at that. Okay, one little mark, and suddenly I got something even a little bit better going. I'm gonna actually, because again, sometimes I say I gotta see something, right? I gotta make a mark because it's gonna make me excited for the next part. I'm gonna go in here and just put a little highlight right across here. This is just white. It's really thinned out with a lot of medium. That's called a reflected light, ladies and gentlemen. So I got this nice little streak going on down here. And I'm probably going to go in and refine it, but it did just make this so much better. Been working on the iPad with mature apps in the past few years, developing workflow, decoupling from PC, Nomad Sculpt, High Poly, Cozy Blanket, Game Mesh. Feels really good. I didn't know all of those, I'm sorry. I did think that I knew, but I didn't know all of those, but it's really very impressive. Projected baked base textures in Marmoset, then painted the textures in Procreate, and done in 3 days working end to end. Is that right? You did that fast. You did that really fast. That's a lot faster than I realized, Phil. But it was beautiful because Phil is a master of, for anybody who loves drawing, Phil is a master of highlights and shadows, and it absolutely just looks, I think you used the term juicy the other day when I was in there. So it does. It totally looks juicy and real and very, 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 very magical to look at. So definitely. Ad only had myself, as ad only had myself to run it by a quick proof of workflow. Oh, okay. This is so cool. I didn't know any of these apps for iPad. I use, oh, that's right, because Janica is also in the design industry. So, yeah, you guys are in good company with each other. Very, very cool. You don't always, sometimes when people describe things, it sounds, very, very complicated to me, but my appreciation for their level of expertise in what they do is unfounded. So Phil's one of those folks where I would never be able to do what he does, but he does it so wonderfully that, you just can't help but be impressed. So all right. So we got a little bit of weight going on here now with this marshmallow, which is nice that it's starting to have a little bit of weightiness to it. Moving out of the design industry, yes, okay, but you wanted to check these out. Procreate, Nomad. Oh, Nomad's cheap too, and even Cozy Blanket is a one-off. Is that right? So we're starting to get a little bit of definition in here, and it's starting to have a little bit of weight. Starting to have a little bit of weight. Thank you so much, Phil, for sharing all of your background, and please continue. But yes, and all of the programs that you use. So that is very, very cool. Trying to get away from Adobe and Autodesk. Oh, predatory subscriptions. Oh, do they do AI scraping too? That's always a fear of mine, the AI scraping. I try not to be super paranoid about that kind of thing, but it is very prevalent, is it not? apps on iPad maturing to the point that you barely need them. Good. Interesting. And Phil, do you mind if I ask, there's also so much more artistically intuitive in your opinion, because you said that you were a sculptor at one point in your life then as well. So do you mind if I ask how you transitioned from that into the gaming industry and working in your digital media? Right, I'm just going to come in here with just a little bit more for today. Let's see here, right in here, I think. Can do pretty much anything in Nomad that you can do in ZBrush. Interesting. It's everywhere. Gmail started. Did Gmail start implementing AI summary on all emails? Oh yeah, I guess they did, didn't they? Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, Janica. It is everywhere. Self-taught clay sculptor. Okay. And did you do that like as part of your job, or did you do that before you started working in the industry? I'm going to come back in here with a little bit more white. Just go right across this top here. So again, we did this earlier, right? But coming back in with a little bit more helps that look like a little bit weightier. Raging Trash Panda, thank you so much. You thought they were real? I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for the follow. That's very, very kind. By doing clay, Phil says, by doing clay meant I picked up, digital 3D a lot quicker because you understood the 3D training. Yeah, okay. That's probably very, very true. Very, very true. That is really interesting. So was that like a self-motivated thing to do then on your part, that you decided that that was what you wanted to do and you decided that that was a good way to get your brain kind of on the right track? You said you did it just aspiring. Oh, okay. And during and after uni. Okay, very, very cool, Phil. That's really interesting, I think. Just a way to get your brain in the right headspace to be able to do it. So yeah, Raging Trash Panda, thank you so much. I really appreciate you popping in and that you got to see this. We did this just today in the last like 3-ish hours after our little ice cream party. So I'm going to try to finish it up tomorrow. It's not going to be quite done because I'm not going to hang out too much longer here, but I am going to try to finish it up tomorrow, and then we're going to start something new again. So I appreciate you popping in to see it. Digital just tools, art foundation skills, much more important than hiring artists in the industry. Interesting. Raging Trash Panda, yeah, 3 hours. Thanks very much. You can go back to the early part of the stream if you want to watch the whole thing. I don't know does Twitch have like a fast forward? Can you watch things at a faster speed? I don't really know. But anyway, thank you very much, Trash Panda. That's really very kind. I appreciate it very, very much. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to be brave and just put this little white spot right here. It's just like a little crack. Just like a little crack in the marshmallow. I don't know. Do I love that? I'm not sure. Maybe I don't. All right, so this is what we do when we gotta take some of the back out, because I'm not sure I like that. I'm just gonna, the bottom layer is dry. I'm just gonna take a little bit of my acrylic medium and it's gone. And so I don't like that. I thought maybe I would, but I didn't. So we're just gonna leave that peeking through the rest of that as it is. Harry Husen, Stan Winston, artists were your inspiration growing up. You try to recreate a lot of stuff in plasticine. That's interesting. Very cool. What did Plo say? Clips you can, I don't know. Oh, but for the speed up? Yeah, I don't know. I did put some, or we are putting, my husband is putting some of my videos up on YouTube. So you can actually watch some of those in you know, sped up time if you want to. But I don't always complete everything in one session. But today we're gonna do this a little bit tomorrow too, because this isn't quite done. But anyway, so yeah. All right, so again, I'm going to turn this on its side. That helps me see a little bit better. And I'm just going to come right in here. I just want to make a few little, kind of again, little bits of reflected light. Just a little bit. And we're just making a few little marks, like right here. Just trying to add to the weightiness of the marshmallows. Just a little bit. So you're always amazed by a hyperrealism artist. That's very kind, Trash Panda. I really appreciate that. We paint all kinds of stuff in here. I will show you real quick. We do some small ones, like these ones too, right? So I do some small ice creams, and we just finished up most of this one. So I'm going to finish up tomorrow on my own. So this is a butter pecan ice cream cone, and yeah, so we do those. Sometimes we do little studies like this one, and so this is like a little frosting study. So it is flat, but it is intended to look dimensional. So we do all kinds of things in here. But I appreciate you following me, Trash Panda. Thank you so much. You hadn't seen that almost. What is that, Phil? Anyway, you went to your Insta. Not gonna lie, you crave ice cream now. Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. So thanks very much, Trash Panda. All right, so I'm gonna come right in here and do a little bit on this. I'm going to come up to the stick. And again, I wasn't sure if I was going to keep this little fluffy marshmallow on here. I think I am. I'm probably going to have to come back and refine it to make it clear. Sometimes I have this idea in my head that I want to do something in a painting, but it's not always clear that it's what it's supposed to be in the painting. So we're going to have to just decide that as we go. But I am going to come in here and just fix this just a little bit now, since I have some colors on my palette that are relatively close to what I need. So we've got a little bit of that sticky marshmallow there. There is a little bit on this part as well. But I think, well, we could do a little bit today. We'll just try a little bit. Again, we'll come back and refine this. I'm going to just try to scoot my hand out of the way so y'all can see. Right there. So we'll take a little bit of medium and just kind of taper that down a little bit, and then probably best for me just to let that dry rather than try to go in and again fix it now. I am going to try to go in just a little bit to the stick and see. I'm going to go in and just try to fix a little bit of the highlights on the stick. But again, we'll come back to this tomorrow, I think. But this really was a nice little exercise. I'm really glad, again, Cupie, that you nudged me in this direction. So thank you for that. That looks actually a lot better, even just that little bit. Just to go in and put a few little highlights on the stick. So let's go into this one. Again, I have a little bit of the toasty marshmallow there, so I'll come back to that in a second. I just need to have a very, very light touch right down the middle here. I'm gonna go with even a lighter touch here. Just right down the middle. And that starts to look a lot better. Feels like I may be in a bit of a cave. Cinema is so expensive. Is it that much? I think it's, well, I don't know what it is here, I guess. It's been a long time. I prefer to rent things. so yeah, I understand. I understand. Or I just wait for something to come out on streaming. All right, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna just hold this up to see what's dry. And that is still wet. So I can't, these are things I can't do today. I can't go in and probably do any more to the stick. I can't go in and fix this dark area in here. I can go in if I want to and try to do just a bit, well, I probably shouldn't even do that. The only area I really can do anything in, and maybe we'll do just a tiny little bit before I call it a day here. The only thing I really can do is right in this kind of, initial toasty part. So let's just try to do a little bit. Maybe I'll come in here because I can do a little bit of this kind of pale yellow color that's in there. So I'm going to take a little bit of the yellow with some white mixed into it. I don't think I want to really add, well, if I do just a very slight amount, we're going to add this other red. So it's just a very slight amount. It might even be a little too much, but we'll give it a shot. So I have kind of this, it's a little bit peachy, but it's going to probably get perceived as a little bit yellow when I put it down. So that's really what I want. So let's just see if we can get this to look right. This will help to, again, make these areas look a little bit softer in transition between the toastiness and like the marshmallow that's not toasted. This little area right here. So right in there. Again, I probably need to do a little bit of this over here, but I'm going to have to come back and tweak this just a little bit tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. Down here, just do a little bit more down here. And probably need to add a little bit more white to that. just for this very bottom part. And I think I'm actually going to cool it down with just a tiny bit of this other blue that I have, this bright blue. So we're starting to venture into those brighter colors that we're going to use tomorrow. So, so just a little bit. And I'm just going to come up here just a little bit. Right in there. And I think on that, I am probably going to call it a day. What does Phil say at the end? Wouldn't have minded seeing Project Hail Mary. I think Project Hail Mary, Phil, I know I'm not part of this conversation with you and Danica, but Project Hail Mary is actually my new favorite film. So yeah, I really love that one. So yeah, it's a really good film. So I'm so glad that people have come over and followed you, Phil. So thank you so much. And when the ad break ends here, I think I'm going to sign off for the day. Thank you so much, QB. You had a lovely time painting. How did your painting go, QB? You let me know. I didn't want to interrupt while you were over there, but I do want to know. Thank you, Jenica. Well, I was just kind of letting you both are like, very techie, so I just was letting y'all talk about the things that you were enjoying. So thank you so much, Danica. Yes, so thank you so much to everyone. I appreciate y'all popping in for this. This was a really fun exercise. We're going to try to finish it up tomorrow. Again, too many times. You watched The Martian so many times. I watched The Martian actually this past week again, Phil. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I watched Project Hail Mary a few times. Like, I don't sit and watch films too much anymore, so I usually watch them while I'm doing something. But yes, I did go back and watch The Martian again. It was a really good film. But Project Hail Mary, I think, is my #1 right now. So anyway, it's good, but I will end up working on it a little bit more, but I'm happy. Well, I'm going to end up working on this a little bit more too. So thank you so much, Phil. I really appreciate it. So glad you got some follows. And anybody else who's popped in here, please go follow Phil. You can scroll back through the chat to see all of his wonderful credentials because he worked in the gaming industry and he is streaming on his own channel here and he is absolutely amazing. So please go over and check out Phil. And I will be back tomorrow, roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time. We'll try to finish this little toasted marshmallow painting up and I'll probably start something new. So thank you so much to everybody who was in here today. And I am going to head out to my garden because that is what I do at the end of the day. So anyway, yes, had it on while working. Is that right? Very, very cool, Phil. So thank you so much again to everybody and wonderful ice cream party. Thank you again for all the wonderful conversation today. And yeah, we'll see you again tomorrow. So I hope everybody has a good night. Happy birthday again to Cop. Congratulations again to Plo for getting into her gallery. We were celebrating both of those things. And we'll see you again soon. Okay? Have a good night, all. We're going to raid somebody too. So sorry about that. Okay, I said goodnight, but we're going to raid somebody, all right? So just hang on.